The Dragon in the Sword. Book 2. Not unremembering we pass our exile from the starry ways, one timeless hour in time we caught from the long night of endless days. With solemn gaiety the stars danced far withdrawn on elfin heights, the lilac breathed amid the shade of green and blue and citron lights. But yet the close enfolding night seemed on the phantom verge of things, for our adoring hearts had turned within from all their wanderings. For beauty called to beauty, and there thronged at the enchanter's will the vanished hours of love that burned within the ever-living still. And sweet eternal faces put the shadows of the earth to rout, and faint and fragile as a moth your white hand fluttered and went out. Oh, who am I who tower beside this goddess of the twilight air? A. E. George Russell, Aphrodite. Chapter 1. I remember little else of that voyage until dawn of the next day. Here the sun was rising, red, massive, and insubstantial, wavering in a watery haze, and giving a kind of pink and scarlet glaze to the wide waves. There was a wind up, filling the white sail, and the sun touched us also, so that we were all of the same subtle colourings, blending with the ocean as we drove on towards the sun. Then, gradually, I made out something else ahead. It was as if the sea had thrown up a series of gigantic waterspouts. Then I realized this was not water, but light. Great columns of light plunging down from the sky and illuminating a vast area of water. Behind them were mist, foam, and clouds. Within the area surrounded by the columns, the water was calm. Von Beck was in the prow, one hand on a taut rope, the other shielding his eyes. He was excited. There was fresh spray on his skin. He looked as if he'd come alive again. I, too, was grateful for the salt water which had washed the oily grime from me. "What a marvel of nature!" Von Beck exclaimed. "How do you think it's formed, Dacre?" I shook my head. "My assumption is always that it is magic." I began to laugh, realizing the irony of my remark. Shaking out her dark red hair, Alizard came from below decks. "Ah," she said seriously, "you have seen the entrance." "Entrance?" said Von Beck. "To what?" "To Geistenheim, of course." She plainly found his naivety charming. I felt an uncalled-for pang of jealousy. Why should this woman not favour whom she chose? Page 452. She was not my Almizad. But it was hard to bear that in mind. The resemblance was so strong. She turned to me. "Did you sleep? Or did you weep all night, Prince Flamadin?" Her tone was one of amused sympathy. I found that I could not easily believe these women to be cruel slave-owners and cannibals. Nonetheless, I felt I had to bear in mind my own experience, that often the most urbane, civilized, and humane cultures have at least one aspect to them which, though ordinary in their eyes, may seem perfectly hideous to others. For all that, these women had the grace I associated with my own Eldrin. "Do you call yourselves ghost women?" I asked her, as much to have her attention as anything. "No, but we've long since discovered that our best weapon of defence lies in turning the human superstitions to our advantage. The armour has a number of practical functions, especially when we are in the vicinity of those smoky hulls, but it also maintains a kind of mystery, frightens those who would offer us all kinds of insult and aggression. Then what do you call yourselves? I asked, scarcely wanting to hear her answer. We are women of the Eldarin race, she said. And your people dwell in Gishlenheim? My heart had begun to pound. The women, she said, they dwell in Gishlenheim. Only the women? You have no men? We have men, but we are separated from them. There was an exodus. The Eldarin were driven from their original realm by human barbarians who called themselves the Mabden. We sought refuge elsewhere, but in seeking it we were parted. Thus we have perpetuated ourselves for many centuries by means of human males. We, however, may only bear girl children from such a union. It maintains our blood, but it is a distasteful process to us. What becomes of the males when they've served your purpose? She laughed, flinging back her fine head so that the sun seemed to set her hair on fire. You think we intend to fatten you for a feast, Prince Flamadin? You'll have an answer to your question when we get to Gishlenheim. Page 453. Why did you risk so much in order to rescue us? We had not intended to rescue you at all. We did not know you were in danger. We wanted to talk to you. Then, when we saw what was happening, we decided to help you. So, you came to capture me? To talk? Would you rather we returned you to that smelly hull? I was quick to deny any desire to see the frowning shield ever again. When do you intend to offer me an explanation? When Gishlenheim is reached, she said. Look! The columns were high overhead now, though our ship had not yet reached them. The white ship was ablaze with reflected light. At first I had thought the columns white too, like marble, but in fact they were alive with all the colours of the rainbow. In the stern, the helmswomen leaned hard on their steering oars, moving the ship carefully between the columns. It's dangerous to touch them, Alizard explained. They could burn a ship like ours to ashes in seconds. Now I was half blinded by the dazzling light. I received an impression of massive waves rising up around the base of the columns, of the ship being swept upwards, of us being hurled towards first one pillar of light and then another. But our crew were experienced. Suddenly we were through and bobbing gently on calm water in total silence. I looked upwards. It was as if I was in a massive tunnel which extended into infinity. I could see no end to it. There was an atmosphere of tranquillity within it, however, which dispelled any terror I might have felt on entering it. Von Beck was astounded. It's magnificent. Is this really magic? Page 454. Alizard said, Are you as superstitious as these others, Count von Beck? I had assumed otherwise. This goes beyond any training I had in science, he told her with a smile. What else could this be but magic? We think of it as a perfectly natural phenomenon. It occurs whenever the dimensions of our realms intersect with one another. A kind of vortex is formed. Through this, if one has sufficient reason or curiosity or courage, it is possible to reach the realms of the wheel. We have charts which tell us when and where such entrances materialize, where they are likely to lead, and so on. Since they are both regular and predictable, we would not define them as magical. Does the definition make sense to you? Perfect sense, madam. Von Beck raised his eyebrows. Though whether I could convince even Albert Einstein of the existence of this tunnel, I am not sure. His references were meaningless to her, yet she smiled. There was no doubt that Alizard found Von Beck to her liking. With me she was much wearier, and I could not really understand why, unless she too believed the stories of my crimes and betrayals. Then it came to me. These women wanted Sheridan, my twin sister. Did they plan to offer me, a wanted outlaw, in return for her help? They were used, after all, to bartering males. Was I merely an item of currency? But all these thoughts were driven from my mind as suddenly the ship began to whirl. We were flung back against the timbers as she spun round and round, never so rapidly as to fling us out, and then gradually began to lift into the air. It seemed that the tunnel was drawing us up, sucking us through into the next dimension. The ship tilted, and I was convinced we would be hurled into the water, but somehow our gravity remained the same. Now we were sailing down the tunnel just as if we followed the swift current of a river. I half expected to see banks on either side, but there was nothing save the glittering rainbow colours. Again I found myself close to weeping, but this time for the beauty and the wonder of it. Page 455. It is as if the rays of more than one sun have all been focused together, said Von Beck, coming to stand beside me. I am curious to learn more of these 6 realms. There are, as I understand it, dozens of differently constituted groupings in the multiverse. I told him, just as there are different kinds of stars and planets obeying a variety of physical laws. To most of us on Earth, these are not readily perceptible. That is all. Why that is so, I do not know. Sometimes I think our world is a kind of colony for an underdeveloped or crippled race, since so many others take the multiverse for granted. I would happily live in a world where such sights as these are familiar, said Von Beck. The ship continued to travel rapidly along the tunnel. I noticed, however, that the helmswoman remained alert. I wondered if there were some additional danger. Then the ship began to turn again and to shift her position so that she seemed to be diving down into pitch darkness. The crew shouted back and forth to one another, preparing for something. Alizard told us to hang on tightly to the sides. "And pray that we are come to Giesenheim," she said. "These tunnels are notorious for shifting their bearings and stranding travellers until the following revolution." The darkness was so complete I could see nothing of my companions. I felt a peculiar surging sensation, heard the timbers of the ship creak, and then, very slowly, light returned. We were bobbing on ordinary water again, and were still surrounded by the bright columns, though these were fainter than when we had first seen them. "Steer through, steer through!" cried Alizard. The ship bucked and jerked forward, heading between the columns, with the helmswoman throwing all their weight on the oars. Another wave, and we were through, rushing on the crest towards a distant shoreline which reminded me, for a vague reason I could not identify, of Dover's chalky cliffs, topped with a lush rolling green. Here golden sunlight fell upon blue water. Little white clouds hung in a blue sky. I had almost forgotten the sheer pleasure of an ordinary summer landscape. Page 456. It had been, I thought, several eternities since I had looked upon such sights. Not since my parting with Alizard, in fact. "My God!" exclaimed Von Beck. "It is England, surely. Or Ireland, perhaps." These words were without any meaning to Alizard. She shook her head. "You are a compendium of alien names, Count von Beck. You must have travelled very widely, eh?" At this he was forced to laugh. "Now you are the unwitting, naive one, good lady. I assure you my travels have been very tame compared to what you take for granted." "I suppose the unfamiliar always seems more exotic." She was enjoying the breeze in her hair and had stripped off more of her ivory armour, as had the others, in order to feel the sun on her skin. "A gloomy world, Namashanhim. All that shallow water makes it so grey, I suppose." She was looking ahead now. The cliffs were parted here and formed a great bay. Within the curve of the bay was a quay, and behind that a town whose houses crowded upwards on 3 sides above the sea. "There's Barubaneh," Elizard spoke in some relief. "We can be ourselves again. I hate these charades." She rapped her knuckles on her ivory breastplate. There were many other sailing ships of all types moored along Barubaneh's quaysides, but there were none like ours. I guess that the white ships were part of the trappings which the ghost women used to keep other folks at a distance. The ship tacked in. Oars were shipped. Ropes were swung out to young men and women who stood by to receive them and secure them to capstans. The women were clearly of Eldrin blood, while the men were equally obviously human. Neither sex seemed to possess the demeanour of slaves. I mentioned this to Elizard. "Save that they are not allowed certain specific rights," she told me. "The men are happy enough." "You must have some who wanted to escape, no matter how pleasant their lives," said von Beck reasonably. Page 457. "First, they must have the knowledge of our entrance tunnel," said Elizard as the boat bumped against the wall. We watched as a gangplank was laid from ship to quay. Then Elizard led the way onto dry land in a little cobbled square and up a steep, winding lane to where, some distance from the shore, a tall, somewhat Gothic house stood. It had the air of a civic building. The sun was warm on our bodies as we took the final few steps up to the building. "Our council house," said Elizard. "A modest enough piece of architecture, but it is the hub of our government. It has the unpretentious air of our old German town halls," said von Beck with approval. "And," he added, "it is considerably finer than anything we've experienced of late. Just think, Dacre, what one of Armiad's bin-keepers would make of a council house like this." I could only agree with him. Within, the place was cool and pleasant, full of sweet-smelling plants and flowers. The floor was marble, but fine rugs were scattered everywhere, and there was nothing chilled about the green obsidian of pillars and fireplaces. On the walls were tapestries, mostly non-representational, and the ceilings were painted with elaborate and exquisite designs. There was an air of quiet dignity about the place, and I found it harder still to believe that these Eldrin women planned to use me for barter. An older woman, with silver hair piled above a face which, typical of her kind, showed none of the less attractive signs of age we humans so frequently display, emerged from a small door on the right. "So you were persuaded to come to us, Prince Flamadin?" she said warmly. "I am most grateful." Elizard introduced Ulrich von Beck and explained a little of the circumstances. The older woman wore flowing red and gold. She welcomed us and said she was known as the announcer-elect Farleyzahn. "But of course nobody has explained to you why we were seeking you, Prince Flamadin." Page 458. "I had the impression, Lady Falazan, that you wanted the help of my sister Sharadim." She was surprised. She signed for us to go ahead of her through a door and into a conservatory full of the most magnificent blooms. "How did you know of that?" "I have a certain sixth sense in these matters, my lady." "Is it true?" She paused beside a purple rhododendron. I seemed to have embarrassed her. "It is true, Prince Flamadin, that some of our number have tried, through unconventional means, to summon your sister to them, or at least ask for her help. They were not forbidden to do this, but in general it was disapproved by everyone, including the council. It seemed an unlikely and barbaric means of approaching the Princess Sharadim." "These women do not, then, represent all the Eldrin? Simply affection?" The announcer-elect looked a little quizzically at Alizard, who dropped her gaze. It was clear to me that Alizard was, or had been, one of those women who sought my sister by barbaric means. Yet why had she rescued me from Armiad? Why had she sought me out at all? I thought it fair to say something on Alizard's behalf. "I must tell you, madam, that I am used to such incantations." I smiled at Alizard, who had looked up in mild surprise. "It is not the first time I, myself, have been called across the barriers of the worlds. But what puzzles me is why I should have heard the call for Sharadim." "Because Sharadim is not whom we sought," said Alizard simply. "I must admit that until yesterday I was prepared to insist that the Oracle had misled us. I was convinced that no human male could have the rapport with the Eldrin which was needed if we were to proceed. Of course, we knew of you both, knew that you were twins. We assumed the Oracle had spoken of Flamadin in mistake for Sharadim. There were many heated debates on the matter," said Lady Falazan gently, "in this very hall." Page 459. "The night before last," Alizard continued, "we attempted once more to call Sharadim. We thought that there was no better place to do this than at the massing ground. We were aware of the power flowing in us by then. It was stronger than ever. We lit our fire, we linked arms, we concentrated, and for the first time we had a vision of one we sought. You can imagine, I am sure, whose face it was." "You saw Prince Flamadin," said Lady Falazan, evidently trying to disguise the satisfaction in her voice. "And then you saw him in the flesh?" "We remembered that you had commissioned helmswoman Danifel to approach Prince Flamadin if he was at the massing. We went to her and admitted that we had been mistaken. Together, as you can see, we went to visit Prince Flamadin. We were forced to go secretly because of the nature of the massing and the character of the brute who is Baron Captain of the particular hull where Prince Flamadin and his friend were guesting. To our complete astonishment, we arrived to discover that Prince Flamadin and Count von Beck were in the process of attempting escape. So we helped them." "Alizard," said Lady Falazan softly, "did you think to invite Prince Flamadin to Cheastenham? Did you give him the choice?" "In the heat of the moment I forgot, Lady Announcer-elect. I apologize to all. We thought we might be pursued." "Pursued?" "By the bloodthirsty enemies from whom Alizard saved us," said von Beck quickly. "We owe you our lives, madam, and of course we should have accepted your invitation had it been extended." Lady Felizarn smiled. She too was evidently charmed by my friend's old German courtesy. "You are a natural courtier, Count von Beck, or perhaps a natural diplomat is a better choice." "I would prefer the latter, my lady. We von Becks have never been over-fond of monarchs. We even had one member of our family serve in the revolutionary French National Assembly." Page 460. Again the words were meaningless. I could understand them, but they were like a foreign language to the others. One day von Beck would learn, as I had learned, to carry on a conversation without reference to the existence of our Earth or its 20th century. "I still have no notion of what you want from me," I said politely. "I assure you, my lady, I am here most willingly, given that all others appear to be against me, but I will be frank with you. I have no real memory of being Prince Flamadin. It is only a matter of a few days since I first inhabited his body. If Flamadin has knowledge that you need, then I am afraid I'm likely to disappoint you." At this the Lady Felizarn beamed. "I am most relieved to hear that, Prince Flamadin. The accuracy of our oracle, as Alizard insists it be called, is further confirmed. But you shall hear all when the full council convenes. It is not for me to speak until I am given instructions to do so." "When does the council convene?" I asked her. "This afternoon. You are at liberty to explore our capital if you will, or to rest. We have chambers here which have been set aside for you. Anything you need in the way of food or clothing, please let us know. I am exceedingly pleased to see you here, Prince Flamadin. I had thought it almost too late." On this mysterious note, we were dismissed. Alizard showed us to the rooms which had been prepared for me. "You were not expected, Count von Beck, so it will take a little while to make ready your accommodation. Meanwhile, there are 2 adjoining chambers with a couch large enough for even a man of your size." I opened the door. "This is what I'm interested in," I said delightedly. It was a huge bathtub, rather reminiscent of the old Victorian kind, though it had no obvious plumbing attached to it. "Is there perhaps some way we can obtain hot water?" Page 461. She indicated something I had mistaken for a bell rope, hanging to one side of the tub. "2 tugs for hot," she said, "1 for cold." "How does the water reach the baths?" I wanted to know. "Through the pipes." She pointed at a peculiar kind of plug near one end of the bath, and up through there. She spoke to me as if I was some kind of barbarian being introduced to civilized amenities. "Thanks," I said. "No doubt I'll soon learn how to work it." The soap she handed me was a kind of abrasive powder, but it softened well enough in the water. My first blast of hot water almost killed me. I learned that she had forgotten to tell me that it was 3 tugs for a mixture. Von Beck had been talking to Alizard while I bathed. She had left by the time it was his turn to use the tub. He had the benefit of my new wisdom where the water was concerned, and as he soaped himself, he rattled on cheerfully. I asked Alizard if her race and humans can normally interbreed. She thinks it unlikely, though she can only speak from her own experience. Apparently, this method they have isn't all that simple. She said that a great deal of alchemy is involved. Presumably, they make use of chemicals. other agents, some form of artificial insemination, perhaps. I've no understanding of such matters, unfortunately, but the Eldron were always clever with medicines. What puzzles me is how the women came to be separated from the men, and if these people are the descendants of those I knew, or are they, perhaps, their ancestors? Now, I find you hard to follow, Von Beck admitted. He began to whistle some popular jazz song of his time, which was a few years before my own as John Dacre. The rooms were furnished in much the same style as the rest of the council house, with large pieces of carved hardwood furniture, tapestries, rugs. There was a great quilt flung across my bed, which, by the workmanship, must have taken 50 years to make. More flowers filled the place, and the windows looked down into a courtyard with a gravel walk, a green lawn, and a fountain at the centre. Page 462. The mood of tranquillity was thus maintained. I felt I could cheerfully settle amongst these people, but I knew it was not to be. Again came a pang of almost physical agony. How I longed for my Ermizard! "Well," said Von Beck later, as he towelled himself, "if I did not have urgent business with the Chancellor of Germany, I would find this Barrow-Banny an excellent place for a holiday, eh?" "Oh, indeed," I replied absently. "However, Von Beck, I think we'll be busy soon enough. These women seem to think it a matter of urgency, our coming here. I still find it hard to understand, however, why Sharadim was called and not me. Did Alizard offer you any further explanation?" "A matter of principle, I think. She did not wish to believe that a human male could be of any use to them at all. I suppose that's based on her experience. And then, of course, there was the business of the murder, or the probable murder." "What? The murder they say I attempted? Do they think now that I actually succeeded in killing my twin sister?" "Oh, no, of course not." Von Beck rubbed at his hair. "Weren't you present when Alizard mentioned that? Apparently Prince Flanadin is almost certainly dead. The story put out from the Drachenheim is the reverse of the truth. Flamadin seems to have been murdered on the direct instructions of Sharadim." Von Beck found this amusing. He laughed and slapped me on the shoulder. "It's a turning world, eh, my friend?" "Oh, aye," I agreed as my heart began to pound again. "A turning world indeed." Chapter 2. "We should first tell you," said Lady Falizon, rising from amongst the seated women, "that we are in grave danger. For many years we have been attempting to seek out our own folk, the Eldron, and rejoin them. Our method of maintaining our race is, as I am sure you can imagine, distasteful to us. Admittedly, our purchased males are well treated and given almost all the privileges of the community, but it is an unnatural business. We would rather procreate through union with those who had a choice in the matter. Of late, we have embarked upon a series of experiments designed to locate our people. Once we have located them, we believe we will find a means of rejoining them. However, we have made a number of unlikely discoveries. What is more, we have been forced to compromise, and finally some of our number have taken a wrong direction. Now, for instance, your sister Sharabdim knows a great deal more than we would have revealed had we understood her character." "You must illuminate me as to that," I said. Von Beck and I were seated cross-legged in front of the women, most of whom were of a similar age to Falizon, though some were younger and one or two older. Alizard was not present. Neither were any of the others who had rescued us from Armiad's hull. "We shall," the announcer-elect promised. But first she intended to describe briefly her people's history, how as a handful of survivors they had been driven further and further into hiding by the numerous forces of barbarian humans. Eventually they decided to escape into another realm where the Mabden could not follow. There they would begin life again. Page 464. They had explored certain other worlds. Yet they wished to find one where humans had not settled. They devised a means of reaching such a world. Earlier explorers had brought back with them two great beasts whose own curiosity had led them to follow the explorers. It was already known that these beasts had some means of returning to their own world, of creating a new gateway through it between the barriers. The Eldrin planned to release the beasts and then follow them through. The creatures were not antagonistic toward the Eldrin. Indeed, there was a kind of mutual respect between them, which was hard to define. The Eldrin felt they would have no difficulty living in the same world as the beasts, so it was that one party followed the male beasts through the gateway it made. The second party, of women, were to follow a little later, when the men had made certain it was safe. So they waited, and, hearing of no danger, they sent the female beast through. However, they were following in her wake when suddenly she vanished. There was a sense of struggle, a sense that the beast was trying to warn them of something, and then they found themselves in this world. Somehow the beast which was to lead them to safety had either lost her way or been abducted. Somehow the gateway had shifted. The multiverse intersects like cogs in a clock. One tick of the pendulum and you find yourself in an entirely different world, perhaps many times removed from the one you sought. That is what happened to us. Until recently, we never knew what became of the beast who was supposed to lead us through. In order to survive, we were forced to use our knowledge of alchemy so that we could breed with males who had wandered here from human dimensions. At length we discovered we could buy such males from various traders in the 6 realms. Only at the Massin do all the realms intersect. At times, however, it is not difficult to visit perhaps 1 or 2 others whenever we choose. Meanwhile, we have devoted ourselves to a study of what constitutes the multiverse, of how and when certain realms cross one another's orbits. Page 465. By means of our physics, the same as those who contacted you, mistaking you for Sheridim, we have communicated very occasionally with our menfolk. It became clear that the only way to reach them was to find the beast which had intended to lead us through in the first place. Then a further disturbing problem came a few years ago. We discovered that the herbs we use in our alchemy to perpetuate ourselves were becoming rapidly scarcer. We do not know why. Perhaps a simple climatic change. We can grow plants very similar to them in our special gardens, but they do not have exactly the same properties. Therefore, we have very few sources of supply left to us. We have almost no children. Soon we shall have none. Our race will perish. That is why our quest for help grew more urgent. Then came one to us who said that he knew where our beast could be found, but that only one creature in the whole multiverse was both fitted and fated to find her. He called this creature the Champion Eternal. Another woman spoke from where she sat on the floor. We did not know if it were male or female, human or Eldrin. All we had was the Actorios, the stone. He told us we should find you by means of that stone, said Falizan. From a pouch at her hips, she drew it out, displaying it on the flat of her hand. "Do you recognize it?" Something within me knew the stone, but no memory would come to me. I made a helpless gesture. Falizan smiled. "Well, it seems to know you. The jewel, all smoky darkness, full of restless, nameless colours, seemed almost to writhe in her palm. I felt a great need for it. I wanted to reach out and take it from her, but I restrained myself. "It is yours," said a voice from behind me. Both Von Beck and I turned. "It is yours. Take it." No longer in black and yellow, but in enfolding purple, the black giant Sepiritz looked down at me with a kind of amused compassion. "It will always be yours, wherever you see it," he continued. "Take it. It will help you. It has served its turn here." Page 466. The stone was warm. It felt like flesh. I shivered as I held it in my fist. It seemed to send a thrill of energy through me. "Thank you." I bowed to the announcer-elect and to Sepiris. I placed the stone in my belt purse. "Are you their oracle, Sepiris? Do you bind them about with mysteries as you do me?" I could only speak with affection. "That Actorius will one day sit in the Ring of Kings," said the giant, "and you shall wear it. But for now there is a more immediate game to play. A game, John Dacre, which could earn you at least part of what you most desire." "Not a very specific promise, Sir Knight." He accepted this. "It is only in certain matters that I dare be specific. That balance is singularly fine just now. I would not tip it. Not at this stage. Did my lady Falizan describe their lost she-beast?" "I can remember the incantation very clearly," I told him. "It was a fire drake, a dragon, and it is held prisoner. I take it they seem to want me, or Sharadim, to release the creature. Is it trapped in some world which only I can visit?" "Not exactly. It is trapped in an object which only you are entitled to handle." "That damned sword!" I stepped backward, violently shaking my head. "No, no, Sepiris, I will not bear it again. The black sword is evil. I do not like what it makes of me." "This is not the same sword," he said calmly. "Not in this aspect. Some say the twin blades are the same. Some say they have 1,000 forms. I do not believe that. The blade was forged to accept what we would call a soul, a spirit, a demon, whatever you like. And it was by unhappy coincidence that the she-dragon became trapped there, filling the vacuum, as it were, within the blade. Those dragons are surely monstrous, and the blade... Simple matters of space and time are scarcely relevant to the forces of which I speak, and of which you must know something," said Sepiris, raising his hand. "The sword had but lately been forged. Those who had made it had not quite finished their work." Page 467. The blade was, as it were, cooling. There was a massive movement throughout the multiverse. Chaos and law, even then, fought for possession of the blade and its twin. Dimensions were warped, whole histories were altered in a space of moments. The very laws of nature were changed. It was then that the dragon, the second dragon, attempted to fling herself through the barriers between the realms and burst through to her own world. It was an unaccounted-for coincidence. As a result of those huge disturbances, she became trapped within the sword. No incantation could release her. The blade had been designed to be inhabited. Once possessed, it could only release that which dwelt within it under certain portentous circumstances. And only you can release the dragon. It is a very powerful object, even without you. In the wrong hands, it could damage everything we value, perhaps destroy it forever. Sharadim herself believes in the sword. She heard the voices calling her. She asked certain questions and received certain answers. Now she would own that thing of power. Her plan is to rule all 6 realms of the wheel. With the dragon sword, she could easily have her way. How did you learn that she was evil? I asked Sepiris. Amongst the folk of the 6 realms, or at least most of them, she is regarded as a paragon of virtue. The Lady Falizan spoke. That is very simple. We made the discovery recently after a trading expedition to Trakenheim. We bought a batch of males, all of whom had been employed at court. Many were nobles. To silence them, Sheridan had sold them to us. It frequently happens, since we are supposed to eat the men we buy, that we become a convenient means of disposing of wanted people. Some of those men had actually witnessed Sheridan poisoning the wine she offered you on your return from whatever quest it was you had been on. She bribed some of the courtiers to side with her. The others she had arrested as conspirators, henchmen of Flamadin, and sold to us. Why did she want to poison me? You had refused to marry her. You hated her cunning and her cruelty. Page 468. For years she had encouraged you to go adventuring abroad. This suited your temperament, and she assured you that the kingdom was safe with her. Gradually, however, you began to realize what she was doing, how she was corrupting everything you believed noble in order to prepare the Trakenheim for war against the other realms. You swore you would tell all at the next massing. Meanwhile, she understood something of what the Eldrin women had said. She realized that it was you they really sought. She had several motives for murdering you. Then how am I here now? That is puzzling, I agree. Several of the men here saw you in death, stiff and bloodless, they said. And what became of my corpse? Some believe Sharadim still has possession of it, that she practices the most disgusting rites upon it. That leaves the question, who am I said, if I am not Prince Flamadin? But you are Prince Flamadin, said Sepiris. All agree on that matter. What they cannot decide is how you escaped. So you wish me to seek out this sword. And what then? It must be brought to the massing ground. The Eldrin women will know what to do. Do you know where the sword may be found? We have rumours only. It has changed hands more than once. Most who have attempted to put it to their own purposes have died quite terrible deaths as a result. Then why not let Sharadim find it? When she is dead, I can bring the sword to you. Your jests were never your strength, champion, said Seppirus, almost sadly. Sharadim may have some means of controlling the blade. She may have devised a method by which she can make herself invulnerable to the sword's particular curse. She is neither stupid nor ignorant. She will know how to make the best use of the sword once she finds it. Already she has sent out her minions to gather information. Page 469. She knows more, then, than you do, Lord Seppirus. She knows something, and that is more than enough. Am I to try to reach the sword before she does, or am I to stop her by some means? You are unclear as to what you expect of me, my lord. Seppirus could tell that I was resisting him. I had no wish to set eyes on another sword like the Black Sword, let alone put a hand upon one. I expect you to fulfill your destiny, champion. And if I refuse, you shall never know even a hint of freedom for eternity upon eternity. You shall suffer more terribly than those whom your selfishness will consign to everlasting horror. Chaos plays a part in this. Have you heard of the Archduke Belarizov? He is a most ambitious lord of chaos. Sharadim is negotiating with him, offering an alliance. If chaos claims the 6 realms, it will mean nothing but hideous destruction, frightful agony for the conquered peoples, Eldrin or human. Sharadim cares only for power, whereby she can indulge her perverse whims. She's a fitting medium for the Archduke Belarizov, and he, better than she, understands the significance of the sword. So this is a matter between law and chaos, I said, and I am chosen to fight for law this time. It is the will of the balance, said Seppirus, with a note of unwonted piety in his deep voice. Well, I trust you as cheerfully as I trust any of your ilk, I told him. I can do very little else, but I will do nothing unless you tell me that what I do will aid these Eldrin women, for it is to the Eldrin, not any great cosmic force, that I feel my greatest loyalty. If I succeed, they will be reunited with their men. That I can promise you, said Seppirus. He seemed impressed by my statement, rather than resentful of it. Then I shall do my best to find the dragon's sword and release its prisoner, I agreed. I have your oath on that now, said Seppirus with satisfaction. Page 470. He seemed to be making a mental note. He also seemed somewhat relieved. Von Beck stepped forward. Forgive this interruption, gentlemen, but I would be much obliged if you could tell me if I too have a preordained destiny, or if I am to do my best to make my own way home. Seppirus placed a hand on the Saxon count's right arm. "My young friend, matters are far simpler where you are concerned, and I can speak plainer. If you continue with this quest and aid the champion to fulfill his destiny, you will, I promise, achieve what you most desire." "The destruction of Hitler and his Nazis?" "I swear it." It was difficult for me to remain silent. I already knew the Nazis had been defeated, but it then occurred to me that perhaps they might have succeeded, that it had been von Beck and myself who had been responsible for the destruction of the fascists. I had some faint understanding now of why Seppirus was bound to speak in mysteries. He had more than a knowledge of the future. He had a knowledge of 1,000,000 different futures, 1,000,000 different worlds, 1,000,000 ages. "Very well," von Beck was saying. "Then I shall continue with this, at least for the time being." "Alizard will go with you," said the Lady Felizard. "She has volunteered, since she was one of those responsible for revealing too much to Sharadim. And, of course, you will take the men." "The men? Which men?" Foolishly I looked about me. "Sharadim's exiled courtiers," she said. "Why should I want them with me?" "As witnesses," put in Seppirus. "Since your first task is to go at once to Drakenheim and face your sister with an accusation and your evidence. If she is ousted from power, it will make your task considerably easier." "You think we could do that? 3 of us, and a handful of men?" "You have no choice," said Seppirus gravely. "It is the first task that you must accomplish if you would find the dragon's sword." Page 471. "There is no better beginning. By confronting your evil twin Sharadim, you will set the pattern for the rest of your quest. Remember, champion, we forge time and matter as a consequence of our actions. That is one of the few constants in the multiverse. It is we who impose logic for our own survival. Make it a good pattern, and you shall come a step closer to achieving the destiny you most desire." Destiny. My grin had no humour in it. For a moment I rebelled. I almost turned and walked from the hall, telling Seppirus that I would have no more of it. I was sick of his mysteries and his destinies. But then I looked into the faces of those Eldrin women, and I saw, hidden beneath the grace and dignity, both anguish and desperation. I paused. These were the people I had elected to serve against my own race. I could not refuse them now. For my love of Ermizad, not for Seppirus and all his oratory, I would take the road to Drakenheim, and there give challenge to evil. "We shall leave in the morning," I promised. Chapter 3. There were 12 of us in the small boat as it entered the columns of light and was drawn back into the tunnel between the worlds. Alizard, again in her ivory armour, steered while the rest of us clung to the sides and gaped. The other 9 were all nobles of Drakenheim. 2 of them were land princes, rulers of whole nations, who had been abducted the night Flamadin was apparently murdered. 4 others were elected sheriffs of great cities, and 3 had been squires at court who had seen the poison administered. Many others are dead, the land prince Otro, an older man with heavy facial scarring, told me. But she could not make everyone a corpse, so we were sold to the Gistenheimers. Just think, we shall be the first to return. Those sworn to secrecy, young Federit Schoss reminded him, we owe these Eldron women more than our lives. All 9 agreed with this. They had taken an oath to say nothing of the true nature of the Gistenheim. The boat raced on through the weird rainbow light, occasionally bucking and swerving as if it had struck resistance, but never slackening her speed. Then, quite suddenly, we were bobbing on blue water again, surging between 2 columns, and then the wind had caught our sail, and we were upon an ordinary salt ocean, with a clear sky overhead and a good strong breeze behind us. 2 of the Drakensheimas consulted a map with Alizard, giving her some idea of our position. We were going straight to Valedka, land of the Valadek, home of Sharadim and Flamadin. Some of the Drakensheimas had wanted to return to their own lands to gather up their armies and march against Sharadim, but Sepiris had insisted we go directly to Valadika. Page 473. Now a coastline came in sight. We saw great black cliffs framed against the pale sky. They were almost like the cliffs in my dreams. We saw spray and rocks, and very few places where a boat could land. It is Valadika's great strength. Madvad of Drain, a black-haired fellow with enormous eyebrows, informed me. As an island, she is virtually invulnerable to sea attack. Her few good harbours are well guarded. Must we land in one of them? Von Beck wished to know. Madvad shook his head. We know of a small cove where, at certain tides, it is possible to land. That's what we seek now. It was almost nightfall by the time we were able to land on the cold shingle of a narrow beach surrounded by black granite crags and overlooked by the ruins of an ancient castle. The boat was dragged into a cave, and one of the squires, Ruberd of Hanso, led us through the series of secret openings and up a flight of old steps until we were standing amongst the crumbled stone of the abandoned fortress. One of our noblest families once lived here, Ruberd said. Your own ancestors, Prince Flamadin. He paused, as if in embarrassment. Or should I say simply, Prince Flamadin's ancestors? You say you are not yourself, my lord, yet I would still swear you are our chosen prince. I had seen no point in deceiving these honest people. I had told them as much of the truth as I felt they could comprehend. There's a village nearby, is there not? Asked old Otro. Let's get there quickly. I could do with some victuals and a jug of beer. We plan to rest overnight, do we not? And continue on horseback in the morning. The early morning, gently I reminded him of our plan. We must reach Retallick by noon tomorrow, when you said Sharadim is to have herself crowned empress. Page 474. Retallick was the capital of Valadika. Certainly, young quasi-prince, he assured me. I'm well aware of the urgency, but one thinks and acts better if one is fed and rested. With myself and Alizard swathed in cloaks so that we should not excite the villagers' curiosity overmuch, we found a tavern large enough to accommodate our party. Indeed, the innkeeper was delighted at this unseasonal bonus. We had plenty of the local money and were generous with it. We dined and slept in great comfort and had our pick of the best horses the next morning. Then we were riding again for Retallick. We must have made a strange enough sight to the Valadecans, with myself in the leather of a marsh hunter, Von Beck in a shirt, jacket and trousers roughly resembling what he'd worn when I first saw him, made for him by the Eldron, who had also furnished him with gloves, boots and wide-brimmed hat, 2 of the Draconhemas in the full multicoloured silks and woolens of their clans, 4 others in borrowed ivory armour, and 3 wearing a mixture of clothing selected from the store offered by the Eldron. I rode at the head of this strange little band, with Von Beck on one side and Alizard on the other. She was wearing her helm almost as a matter of habit. The Eldron almost never showed their faces to people from other realms. They had made a banner for me to carry on my lance, but this was presently furled and covered. I took pains to pull my cloak's cowl over my head whenever we met others on the road. I had no intention of being recognized at this stage. Gradually the earthen track began to widen. Next, we discovered that it was paved with great stone flags. Now more and more people were joining us, all heading in the same direction. They seemed in holiday mood and were drawn from all walks of life. I saw men and women evidently of a monastic disposition, and others who were as plainly secular in their tastes. Men, women, children, all in their best, all in brightly mingled shades. These Draconshema were fond of rich plaids and patchworks, and thought nothing of wearing a score of different colours. I found their taste attractive, and began to feel extremely dowdy in my dull leather gear. Page 475. Soon the road began to be lined on both sides with great gilded statues of individual men and women, of groups, of beasts of every persuasion, though with a preponderance of those large lizards I had first seen at the Great Massing. These beasts were plainly not in common use. For the most part the horse, the ox, and the donkey were the ordinary beasts of burden, although here and there was a large pig-like creature which people rode upon and carried goods on by means of a sturdy wooden saddle. "See," Land Prince Otro said to me as he came riding up, "it is the best time to arrive unnoticed in Retallick." As I said, the city was surrounded by very high walls of warm reddish sandstone topped by huge spikes of rock, similar to the crenellations on a medieval castle, but of an entirely different shape. Each of these spikes had a hole at the centre, and I guessed a man could stand behind the spike and shoot without much chance of being hurt himself. The city had been built for war, though Otro assured me there had been peace throughout Draconheim for many years. Within it consisted of similarly fortified buildings, of rich palaces, market arcades, canals, temples, warehouses, and all the other varied buildings of a complex trading city. Retallick seemed to slope inwards, all her narrow streets leading down towards a central lake at her centre. There, upon an artificial island of some age, stood a great palace of slender marble, quartz, terracotta, and limestone. A palace which glittered and shone in the sunlight, which reflected a score of exquisite colours from the tall obelisks marking the island's perimeter. From the palace's central turrets there flew 100 different banners, every one of which was a work of art. A curving, slender bridge crossed the moat to the delicately carved stonework at the gateposts, which were guarded by sentries in elaborately inefficient armour of the most fanciful design. Page 476. The baroque effect of this armour was further increased by the hulking beasts which, in harness and trappings to rival that of their masters, stood beside the guards and were equally stiffly at attention. These were the giant riding lizards I had seen before, the dragons which had given this world its name. Otro had explained how, in ancient times, these creatures had been plentiful, and his people had to fight them for the land. We brought our horses to a halt beside a wall which overlooked the lake and the castle. All around us, the streets were filled with bunting, with scintillating banners, and little mirrors with polished shields and plates, so that the centre place seemed ablaze with silver light. The people of Valadeca were celebrating the coronation of their empress. There was music everywhere, crowds of jubilant men and women feasting in the twitterns and lanes. "Innocent enough, this festivity," said von Beck, leaning forward in his saddle to ease his back. It had been several years since he had ridden a horse. "Hard to believe that they celebrate the elevation of one who is supposedly the personification of evil." "Evil flourishes best in disguise," said Otto grimly. His companions nodded in assent. "And the best disguise is simple," said the youth, Ferit Schuss. "Honest patriotism, joyful idealism." "You're a cynic, lad," Van Beck smiled at him, "but sadly my own experience would support your view. Show me a man who cries, 'My country, right or wrong,' and I'll show you one who'd cheerfully murder half his own nation in the name of patriotism." "I once heard someone say that a nation was merely an excuse for crime," said Otto. "In this case I might find myself in agreement. She has misused the love and trust of her people. They have made her empress of this whole realm because they believe she represents all that is best in human nature. Moreover, she now has their sympathy. Did not her brother try to kill her? Has it not been proven she suffered for years to try to preserve his reputation, letting people think him noble and good, when all the while he was the very essence of self-indulgence and cowardice?" Page 477. Otto spoke bitterly. "Well," I said, "since her brother is supposedly dead, and you his victims," that had been the tale put out, "think how overjoyed she will be to discover that she was not wrong in trusting him." "She'll kill us on the spot, I still say it." Von Beck did not believe our plan could work for a second. "I doubt if even Seppirus, with all his plots and cunning, would have sent us to certain death," said Alizard. "We have to trust his judgment. It is based on more than we can know." "I have no relish for feeling myself a pawn in his mighty chess game," said von Beck. "Nor I shrugged. "Though you would think I'd grow used to it. I still believe that individual will can achieve at least as much as all these alliances of men and gods Seppirus speaks of. It has occurred to me more than once that they have become so engrossed in their own game, in their cosmic politics, that they have lost sight of any original goal." "You have little respect for gods and demigods, then?" said Alizard, with a quick movement of her fingers to her face, as if she had forgotten she wore her visor beneath her cowl. "I must admit we do not think much of such creatures in Gestenheim. Too often what we hear of them sounds like the activities of little boys at play." "Sadly," said von Beck, "those little boys care more for power than most of us, and when they achieve it, they can destroy all those of us who don't wish to join in their games." Alverid of Pruka pushed his cloak away from his shoulders. He was more taciturn than most of the others. His principality was in the far west, where the people had a reputation for saying little and judging much. Be that as it may, he said. "We should get on with this business. It will soon be noon. Do we all remember the plan?" "It is not a difficult one," said von Beck. He jerked at his steed's reins. "Let's get on with it." Page 478. Making slow progress through the happy crowds, we eventually came to the bridge. On this side it was also guarded by dismounted lizard riders who saluted us as we approached. "We are the invited delegation from the 6 realms," said Alizard, "come to pay our respects to your new empress." One of the guards frowned. "Invited, ma'am?" "Invited, by your own Princess Empress Sharadim. Shall we wait here, like trinket sellers, or shall we proceed to the tradesman's entrance? I had expected a warmer greeting from a sister." They exchanged looks and somewhat sheepishly let us pass, and because the first guards had admitted us, the others let us through without any form of challenge. "Now, follow me," said Otto, riding ahead. He was most familiar with the palace and with protocol. He urged his horse forward under a high arch which must have been 12 feet across and some 6 feet thick, of solid granite. This led us into a pleasant courtyard of turf surrounded by gravel. We crossed this, again unchallenged. I looked around me. The high walls of the palace reached up everywhere, ending in beautiful, almost ethereal spires. Yet I felt I was entering a trap from which escape was impossible. Under another arch, then another, until we came upon a group of young men in green and brown livery, which Otto recognized. "Squires," he cried, "take our horses. We are late for the ceremony." The squires ran forward to do his bidding. We dismounted, and Otto now marched without hesitation through a central door and into what was plainly a private apartment, though unoccupied. "I used to know the lady whose rooms these were," he said by way of explanation. "Hurry, my friends. We've had luck with us so far." He opened a door, and we were in a cool corridor with high ceilings and more of the colourful wall hangings enjoyed by these people. Page 479. A few boys in the same green and brown livery, a young woman in a white and red gown, an old man in fur-trimmed plaid, looked at us with casual curiosity as we walked purposefully in Otto's wake, turned a corner, then another, mounted 3 flights of marble stairs, and eventually came to a heavy wooden door, which he opened carefully, then signed for us to follow him. This chamber was dark, unoccupied. Shades were drawn across all the windows. Cloying incense burned here. Great thick-leaved plants grew in profusion, giving the place something of the air of a huge greenhouse. There was the same sticky humidity reminiscent of the tropics. "What is this place?" asked von Beck, shuddering. "It is so different in atmosphere from all the rest." "It is the room where Prince Flamadin died," said one of the squires. "On yonder couch," he pointed. "It's evil. You can smell, sir." "Why should it be kept in darkness?" I wanted to know. "Because they say Sharadim still communicates with the soul of her dead brother." It was my turn to feel a chill. Did they refer to the soul of the body I now inhabited? "I heard she keeps his corpse in these chambers," another said. "Frozen, uncorrupted, exactly as it was the minute the last breath went out of him." I grew impatient. "These are mere rumours." "Aye, your highness," said a squire in swift agreement. Then he frowned. I felt a sympathy for him. He was not the only one who felt confused. I had been murdered in this room by all accounts, or at least something which was almost myself had been murdered. I put my hand to my head. My senses seemed momentarily to leave me. Von Beck caught me. "Steady, man. God knows what this can mean to you. It's bad enough for me." With his support I was able to collect myself. Now we followed Otro through the chambers, every one as dark and as unwholesome as the last, until we came to another outer door. Here we stopped. Page 480. We could hear sounds from the other side of the door. Music, shouts, cheering. I understood our plan, but I still found it hard to believe we had already gained so much. My heart began to pound. I nodded to Otro. With a sudden movement, the old man drew back the bolts from the double doors, and I kicked them outwards with a crash. We stared into a sea of colour, of metal and silk, of faces already turned towards us in curiosity at the sound. We stared into the great vaulted ceremonial hall of the Valadeck, at lances and banners and armour and every kind of finery, a predominance of rose-red and white, of gold and black. From the huge windows set at both ends of this hall poured great shafts of sunlight, half blinding us. Mosaics, tapestries, and stained glass contrasted magnificently with the pale carved stone of the hall, and seemed to be designed to lead the eye towards the very centre where, from a throne of blue and emerald obsidian, a woman of astonishing beauty was rising, her glance meeting mine the moment I reached the first step down the wide staircase which ended at the dais on which her throne was set. Flanking her were men and women in heavy robes. These were the religious dignitaries of the Valadeck, also married siblings, as we had been our custom for 2,000 years. She wore the ancient robe of victory. It had not been settled on a member of the Valadeck for centuries. We had never wanted to wear it again, for it was a war robe, a robe signifying conquest by force of arms. She had offered it to me, and I had refused it. She held in her hands the half-sword, the old broken blade of our barbarian ancestors, said to have killed the last of the Anishad bloodline, a girl of 6, establishing the reign of our family until the reformation of the monarchy, when princes and princesses were chosen by the people. Sharadim and Flamadin had been chosen. We had been chosen because we were twins, and this was thought a perfect omen. We should marry and bless the nation. The nation knew we would be lucky for them. They had not understood how much Sharadim had wanted this chance of power. I remembered our arguments. I remembered her disgust for what she saw as my feebleness. Page 481. I had reminded her that we were elected, that any power we had was a gift of the people, that we were answerable to parliaments and councils. She had laughed at this. For 3.5 centuries our blood has waited to be revenged. For 3.5 centuries our family spirits have held their peace, knowing the moment must come, knowing that the fools would forget, knowing that if they had wished to see the last of their rightful masters, the Sadatrium Baraline, they should have done what we did to the Anishads and killed every last one of them, to the most distant cousins. We are fully of that blood, Flamadin. Our people cry out for us to fulfill our destiny. No. Her eyes widened as slowly I began to descend the steps. No, Sharadim, you shall not come so easily to this power. Let the world know at least by what foul means you achieved it. Let them know that you will bring disorder, horror, bloody torment to this realm. Let them know that you plan to ally yourself with the darkest powers of chaos, that you would conquer first this realm and then make yourself empress of the 6 realms of the wheel. Let them know you are even prepared to let down the barriers which hold back the forces of the nightmare marches. Let this great assembly know, Sheridim, my sister, that you feel only contempt for them because they had thought our old blood mellowed when actually it had gained a fierce intensity for being constrained so long. Let them know, Sheridim, who sought first to seduce me, and then to slay me. What you think of their simple enthusiasm and their goodwill, let them know you aspire to be immortal, to be elevated into the pantheon of chaos. I had planned for the huge effect of my words would have in that vast hall. My voice boomed. My words were knives, each one going directly to its target. Yet until that moment, I had not known what I was going to say. Page 482. The memory had come to me suddenly. For a little while, it seemed, I had possessed Flamadin's mind, his own recollection of his sister's statements to him. I had thought to make some revelation before the gathered nobles of a dozen nations, but I had not for a second suspected that it would be so specific or so accurate. I had begun by possessing the body of Prince Flamadin. Now Prince Flamadin had taken possession of me. Let them know all your thoughts, my sister. I began a further descent. Now I waded through heaped roses, red and pink, and their sweet perfume filled my nostrils almost like a drug. Tell them the truth. Sheridim flung down the half-sword which a moment since she had caressed like a lover. Her face was alight with hatred, and at the same time a kind of exultant joy. It was almost as if she had rediscovered an admiration for her brother which she had long since forgotten. Some rose petals drifted lazily in the great shaft of light from the stained glass. I paused again, my hands on my hips, my whole body challenging her. Tell them, Sheridim, my sister. Her voice, when at last she spoke, held not a trace of uncertainty. Indeed, it bore a cold and horrible authority. It was contemptuous. Prince Flamadin is dead, sir, dead, and you, sir, are a crude impostor. Chapter 4. I had left it until now to throw off my cowl. From every part of the hall there came a murmur of recognition. She backed away in fear, as if I were a ghost. Others pushed forward to see me better. And out of the crowd, near the dais, at Sheridim's signal, came 100 men-at-arms with ceremonial pikes in their hands to surround her and the throne. I pointed behind me. And if I am an impostor, who are these, my lords and ladies? Do you not recognize your peers? Otro, Land Prince of Baldana, came to stand beside me. Then Madvad, Duke of Drain, Halmad, Land Prince of Ruradimi, and all the other nobles and squires. These are the men you sold into slavery, Sheridim. You must wish now that you killed them when you killed the others. Black magic, cried my twin. Phantoms conjured by chaos. My soldiers will destroy them, never fear. But now many more nobles were rushing forward. One tall old man in a high crown made of coloured shells raised his hand. No blood is to be spilled here. I know Otro of Valdana as if he were my kin. They said you went adventuring, Otro, to look for fresh gateways to the other realms. Is that so? I was arrested, Prince Albrecht, as I tried to take ship to my own land. The Princess Sheridim ordered the arrest. A week later, all whom you see here were sold to the ghost women as slaves. Another wave of murmuring from the crowd. "We bought these men in good faith," said Alizard, still wearing her visor. "But when we learned their circumstances, we decided to release them." Page 484. "There's your first miserable lie," cried Sheridan, seating herself upon her throne again. "When have the ghost women cared about the source of their slaves or of their circumstances? This is some plot hatched between rebellious nobles and foreign enemies to discredit me and weaken the Draconim." "Rebellious?" Prince Otro took a step or two further until he was standing below me. "Pray, madam, what do we rebel against? Your authority is purely ceremonial, is it not? And if it is not, why do you not reveal that fact?" "I spoke of common treachery," she said, "to all our realm and its nations. They disappeared not because they were captured, but because they sought an alliance with the Gestenheimers. It is they who seek to corrupt our traditions. It is they who hope to gain power for themselves over us all." Sheridan's face was the picture of outraged virtue. Her fair skin seemed to glow with honesty, and her large blue eyes had never seemed more innocent. "I was elected to be Empress of the realm by the suggestion of various barons and land princes. If it brings disruption rather than added unity to the Draconim, I shall of course refuse the honour." There was considerable approval of her speech, and many cried for her to ignore us. "This woman deceived almost the entire realm," Otro continued. "She will bring ruin and black misery to us all. I know it. She is a mistress of deception. See this boy?" He brought young Federet Schaus to stand by him. "Many must recognize him, a squire in the employ of Prince Flamadin. He saw Princess Sheridan place the poison in the wine with which she intended to murder her brother. He saw Prince Flamadin fall." "I murdered my brother?" Sheridan turned astonished eyes on the assembled nobles. "Murdered him? I am confused. Did you not say this was Prince Flamadin?" "I am he." "And you are murdered, sir?" There was laughter in the hall. "The attempt failed, madam." Page 485. "I did not murder Prince Flamadin. Prince Flamadin was exiled because he attempted to murder me. The whole world knows that. Every one of the 6 realms knows that. Many thought I should have killed him. Many thought me too lenient. If this is Prince Flamadin returned from exile, then he is breaking the law and should be placed under arrest." "Princess Sheridan," I said, "you were too quick to judge me an impostor. Any normal response would have been for you to have assumed I was your brother returned." "My brother had his weaknesses, sir, but he was not evidently a madman." This drew further approving laughter from the crowd, but many were wavering. "This will not do," cried the old man in the crown of shells. "As hereditary master of the rolls, I must use my authority in this matter. All must be put to law. Let everyone be given the proper opportunities to speak. One day is all it will take, I am sure, for everyone to be heard, and then, if everything is still in order, the coronation can commence. What do you say, your majesty? My lords and ladies? If the matter is to continue to the satisfaction of us all, let us call a hearing on it, in this hall, at mid-afternoon." Sheridan could not refuse, and as for us, it was better than we had hoped for. We agreed at once. I cried, "Sheridan, will you grant me an audience in private? You and 3 chosen companions, I and 3 of mine." She hesitated, looked over to one side of the hall as if in quest of some guidance. Then she nodded. "In the antechamber, in half an hour," she said. "But you cannot convince me, sir, that you are my exiled brother. Surely you did not think I would accept you as my own flesh and blood?" "Then what am I, madam? A ghost?" Page 486. I watched as she and her guards left the hall in a billowing wave of silks and bright metal, while the master of the rolls signed for us to accompany him through another side door and into a cool chamber, lit by a single large round window above. Once he had closed the door, he sighed. "Land Prince Otto, I had feared you slain, and you also, Prince Flamadin. There have been uncomfortable rumours here and there. For me, your words today confirm what I suspected of that woman. Not one of the nobles who voted to make her empress is the kind I'd willingly invite to my own house. Ambitious, self-serving, foolish fellows all, who believe themselves deserving of greater power. That must be what she offers them, of course. Other, more innocent people followed suit out of ordinary, if misguided idealism. They see her as a kind of living goddess, a personification of all their highest dreams and hopes. Her beauty, I suppose, has much to do with that. However, it did not need your melodramatic declarations of today to convince me that we are a whisker from complete tyranny. Already she speaks, albeit sweetly, of those in neighbouring realms who envy us our wealth, how we should protect ourselves more thoroughly." "Women are always underestimated by men," said Alisard, a note of satisfaction in her voice, "and this enables them sometimes to gather far more power to themselves than the men suspect. I have noticed this in my own studies of history, in my own travels about the realms." "Believe me, madam, I do not underestimate her," said the Master of the Rolls, closing the door behind him and motioning us to be seated at a long table of polished oak. "You'll remember, Prince Flanadin, that I warned you to be more cautious, but you would not believe in your sister's schemes, her perfidy. She treated you like a favourite child, a wild son, rather than as a brother, and this enabled you to go scampering hither and yon in search of adventure, while gradually she amassed more and more allies. Even then you would have scarcely guessed the level of her evil had she not lost patience with you and ordered you to marry her to consolidate her position. She assumed she could control you, or at least keep you a good distance from court. Instead, you objected. You objected to her ambitions, her methods, her very philosophy. She tried to persuade you, I know. Then what happened?" "She tried to kill me," page 487, "and put it about that you were the would-be murderer, that you were the one who stood against all our ideals and traditions. It is as if she is a reincarnation of Sherad Lim, Queen of the Valadek, who regularly filled the moat out there with the blood of those she considered her enemies. I had guessed much of what you said today, but I had not realized she consciously sought to re-establish your dynasty as Empress of the Drakenheim. And you say she seeks the aid of chaos? Chaos has not entered the Six Realms since the Sorcerer's War more than 1,000 years ago. It is contained within the hub, in the Nightmare Realm. We swore we would never let it through again. I have heard she is already in communication with the Archduke Balazirtsaf of Chaos. She seeks his help in fulfilling her ambitions." "And what would an Archduke's price be, I wonder?" The Master of the Rolls was now even more concerned. "A high one, I would guess," said the Land Prince Otto quietly. Deliberately he folded his arms across his chest. Do such creatures really exist, Von Beck wished to know, or do we speak figuratively? They exist, said the Master of the Rolls gravely. They exist in unaccountable numbers. They seek to rule the multiverse and would use mankind's folly and vice to that end. The Lords of Law, on the other hand, seek to use mankind's idealism against chaos and to further their own schemes. Meanwhile, the cosmic balance seeks to maintain equilibrium between the two. So much is commonly understood by those who recognize the existence of the multiverse and who travel, to some degree at least, between the realms. Page 488. Do you know of a legend concerning a sword? Von Beck asked. And a creature said to slumber within it? The dragon in the sword. Aye, of course I have heard of the dragon sword. It is a terrible weapon by all accounts, forged by chaos, they say, to conquer chaos. The lords of chaos would give much for that. Could that be the Archduke Balazirev's price? Von Beck suggested. I was impressed by how swiftly he came to understand a logic by which we now lived. Indeed, said the Master of the Rolls, his eyes widening. It could be. And that's why she wants it. And that is why she was so glad to hear of it from us. Alizard clenched her ivory fists. Oh, what dolts we were to tell her so much! We should have guessed that the person we really sought would not ask so many questions. You communicated with her that successfully? I was surprised. We told her all we knew. And doubtless she had information of her own to add to yours, Otto said. But surely you do not want the dragon's sword in order to strike a bargain with chaos? We wanted it so that we might rejoin our own people in a far realm. The Eldrin have no truck with chaos. Is there anything else I should know? Asked the Master of the Rolls. We must call a hearing, and we must try to prove Sheridan evil. But if we cannot, if the vote goes against us, we must consider other means of stopping her. Surely our evidence will sway the court, said Alizard. Von Beck looked at her almost as if he envied her innocence. I have but lately come from a world, he said, whose rulers are masters at turning lies to truth and making the truth seem the foulest lie. It's easily done. We cannot expect to be believed simply because we know we do not lie. The problem is, added the Master of the Rolls, that so many wish to believe Sheridan the paragon they all desire. Often people fight hardest of all to preserve a delusion, and they will frequently persecute those who challenge that delusion. Page 489. We debated the matter further until the Master of the Rolls told us that the time had come for our meeting with Sheridan. Alizard, Von Beck, Land Prince Otto, and myself left the chamber and were escorted through the now deserted hall, still full of rose petals, and up a short flight of stairs into a series of rooms, some of which formed a kind of aviary, and finally to a circular room whose windows overlooked flower gardens and formal hedgerows and lawns, the inner courtyard of the palace. Here the Princess Sheridan sat. On her right was a long-jawed fellow with thin, unkempt, light-coloured hair. He wore a surcoat of orange and a jerkin and breeches of yellow. On her left, leaning a little on her large chair, was a bulky, plump creature whose tiny eyes were never still and whose jaw moved slowly. Like a goat chewing cud, he wore a mauve surcoat and dark blue underneath. The last was a youth of such decadent appearance I could hardly believe my eyes. He was almost a grotesque parody of the type, with thick, wet lips, drooping eyelids, pale, spotted, unhealthy skin, twitching muscles and fingers, and reddish curly hair. They announced themselves in a sulky, challenging manner. The first was Perichost of Bishop, Duke of Ora in the distant west. Then Nepopino, Schlock, commander of the Bifel host. And lastly, Lord Fal Aselet, hereditary prince of Skrinor, but better known as Fal of the Heavy Palm. "I know of you all, gentlemen," said Otro, with poorly disguised disgust, as he introduced us. "And you know Prince Flamadin. This is his friend, Count Erlich von Beck. Lastly, Alizard, Legion Commander of Gistenheim." Sharadim had waited impatiently through all this. Now she rose from her chair, and pushing through her companions, walked straight to where I stood, and looked up into my face. Page 490. "You are an impostor. You can admit it here. You know, as do most of those who came with you, that I slew Prince Flamadin. True, his body is not corrupted and lies even now in my cellars, but I am lately come from where I left that body. It is still there. I know you for the one called the Champion, who those foolish women called to mistaking myself for you, and I can guess what you are attempting by this essay into play-acting." "They hope to get to the sword before we do," interrupted Fal, scratching at his palm, "and make their own bargain with the Archduke." "Be quiet, Prince Fal," she said contemptuously. "Your imagination is notoriously poor. Not everyone holds identical ambitions to your own." Ignoring his flushing features, she continued, "You either wish to oust me from the throne and rule in my place," she said, "or you merely wish to bring my plans to an end. What? Do you all serve law? Are you employed to give battle to Chaos and his allies? I know a little of your legend, Champion. Is that not your function?" "I'll allow you your speculations, madam, but you cannot expect me to confirm or deny them. I am not here to give you more power." "You are here to steal what I have, eh?" "If you would give up your schemes, if you would refuse any further dealings with Chaos, if you would tell us what you know of the Dragon's Sword, then you will receive no further conflict from me. If, as I suspect, you do not accept my terms, then I shall have to fight you, Princess Sharadim, and that fight would almost certainly bring about your own destruction." "Or yours," she said calmly. "I cannot be destroyed." "I had heard otherwise," she laughed. "This disguise, this flesh you assume, that can be destroyed easily enough. What you love can be destroyed. What you admire can be corrupted. Come now, Champion. It is unworthy of either of us to mince words when we know exactly what we are dealing with." "I offered you a fair bargain, madam." "I have been offered better elsewhere." Page 491. "The Lords of Chaos are notoriously treacherous. Their servants have a tendency to die in horrid circumstances." I shrugged. "Servant? I'm no servant of Chaos. I am in alliance with a certain party." "Balarisaf," I said. "He will cheat you, lady." "Or I him." Her smile was all pride. I'd seen many like her in the past. She believed herself cleverer than she was because it suited others to let her maintain that delusion. "I speak sincerely, Princess Sharadim. I was more urgent now. I should have felt less fearful if she'd been a little more clever. I am not your brother, it is true, but I have something of your brother's soul mixed with mine. I know that you lack the strength to counter chaos when it turns against you. It will not turn against me, Sir Champion. Besides, my brother knew little of my dealings with chaos. You have gathered that information from elsewhere. This set me back a little. If I was not tapping her brother's memories, then I must be receiving my knowledge by some other means. Then it occurred to me that I was in some sort of telepathic communication with Princess Sheridan. That was how I had known what she meant to do. I found the thought unpleasant. Flamadin and Sheridan had been twins after all. I inhabited a body which was the exact counterpart of Flamadin's. Therefore, it might be possible that communication existed between us, and if that were so, Sheridan was as much party to my secrets as I was to hers. What further disturbed me was knowing that a corpse identical to me was still stored in Sheridan's cellars. I was not sure why I found this so distasteful, but it made me shudder. At the same time I had a sudden image, a wall of pale red crystal, and within the wall a sword, which seemed to glow green and black, and which at other times seemed to be on fire. "How will you cut the crystal, Sheridan?" I said. "How will you tear the sword from its prison?" Page 492. She frowned. "You know more than I guessed. This is foolish. We should consider an alliance. They will all believe Flamadin restored. We shall marry. The folk of the Drakenheim will be overjoyed. What celebrations! Our power would increase immediately. We would share equally everything we gained." I turned away. "These are the selfsame proposals you made to your brother. When he refused, you killed him. Now that I refuse, will you kill me, Sheridan, on the spot, here and now?" She all but spat in my face. "Moment by moment I gain in strength. You shall be swallowed up in the storm I shall release. You shall be forgotten, champion, and all who are with you. I shall rule the 6 realms, and with my chosen companions shall indulge my every whim. That is what you refuse, immortality and an eternity of pleasure. What you have chosen is prolonged agony and certain death." She was foolish. And because she was foolish, she was exceptionally dangerous. I recognized that. I was afraid, as she had hoped I would be afraid, but not because of her threats. If she allied herself with Balaziref, there was no anticipating the danger we faced in our search for the sword. And if she were thwarted, I thought, she was the kind who would willingly drag all down with her as she went. I preferred a more knowing foe. "Well," said Von Beck from behind me, "we shall see what the hearing brings. Perhaps the people will decide this issue." A look of secret calculation crossed Sheridan's face. "What have you done, madam?" cried the Land Prince Otro. "Be careful, Prince Flamadin. I can see the meanest treachery in her eyes." At this, Prince Fal of the Heavy Palm uttered a peculiar snigger. Then there came a hammering on the door of our chamber, and I heard a voice cry from the outer side, "My Lady Empress, my lady, a message of the utmost urgency." Page 493. Sheridan nodded, and Erekose, Duke of Orwa, stepped forward to draw back the bolt. A frightened servant stood there, one hand to his face. "Oh, madam, murder has been done." "Murder?" She displayed horrified surprise. "Murder, you say?" "Aye, madam. The Master of the Rolls, his wife, and 2 young pages, all cut down in the silver auditorium." Sheridan turned to me with a look of exultation in her blue eyes. "Well, sir, it seems that violence and terror accompany you wherever you go, and they visit us only when you, or the one you resemble, come amongst us." "You have killed him," cried Otro. He made a motion to his hip before he realized that he too, like the rest of us, was without weapons. "You have killed that fine old man." "Well," asked Sheridan of the servant, "do you have any idea who was responsible for these crimes?" "They say it was Federich Schuss and 2 others, that they obeyed the Land Prince Halmad of Ruradani." "What? The ones who came with the rest of this party?" "That is what they say, madam." I was furious. "You planned this. Within an hour you have spilled further blood in pursuit of your appalling lie. Neither Schuss nor Halmad nor any of our companions was armed." "Tell us," said Sheridan softly to the servant, "how did that good man and his wife come to die?" "By the ceremonial blades kept in the auditorium," said the servant, darting bewildered glances at myself and my friends. "We had no reason to kill Prince Albrecht," bellowed Otto in perplexed outrage. "You killed him to silence him. You killed him to provide yourself with a motive for destroying us. Let us continue with the hearing. Let us speak our evidence." She spoke softly and triumphantly. "There'll be no hearing now. It is obvious to all that you came here on a mission of assassination, that you had no other motive." Page 494. It was at this moment that von Beck sprang for Sheridan and seized her from behind, his arm across her windpipe. "What good can that do?" cried Alizard, confounded by all this villainy. "If we use violence, we resort to their methods. If we threaten her, we prove her case against us." Von Beck did not loosen his grip. "I assure you, Lady Alizard, that I do not act thoughtlessly." As Sheridan struggled, von Beck forced her to be still. "I have had enough experience of such plots to know that everything is already planned. We will not receive a fair hearing. We will be lucky if we are able to leave this room alive. As for leaving the palace alive, I think we have only the poorest of chances now." Her 3 lieutenants were moving uncertainly towards von Beck. I stepped between them and my friend. My head had grown muzzy. I had a series of images, of emotions, which I knew were not mine. They were doubtless coming from the captured princess. I saw the crystal wall again, the entrance to a cave. I heard a name which sounded like Morandi Pag. More fragments of words, another that was complete. Armiad. Then Bergen Him. Otto came up beside me, then Alizard. The 3 made feeble motions in our direction, but did not dare advance. Noticing Nepopino Schlock slip one hand beneath his surcoat, I moved suddenly forward and struck him hard on the jaw. He went down like a stunned pig. I bent over him as he moaned and drooled on the ground. I tore back his surcoat, revealing a knife some 9 inches long set between the double row of buttons on his jerkin. I pulled the blade free. Next I inspected the other 2. They glared and objected, but did not resist. I found 2 more knives. "What contemptible creatures you are!" I handed a knife to Otto and another to von Beck. "Now, Sheridan, you'll tell that poor servant who currently bangs on your door to fetch those of our friends that remain alive. Bring them here and leave them here." Page 495. Almost choking, she did as I ordered. Von Beck carefully placed a knife point at her side and relaxed the tension on her throat. A few minutes later the doors opened. In came Frederick Schoss, looking dazed and frightened, followed by all the others who had accompanied us to Retallick. "Now send a message to your guards to search in the eastern wing of the palace," I said, scarlet with fury. She issued the command. To my companions I said, "You must return to the courtyard and have our horses saddled at once. Tell them you seek fleeing assassins. Then wait for us, or, if you think your chances are better, head for wherever you think you'll be safest. Try to convince your own people of Sharadim's evil ambitions. On her instructions, Prince Albrecht and his wife were murdered. To silence him and create a crime for which she can blame us. Armies must be raised against her. Some of you must succeed. Prepare your people for what she plans. Resist her. Ride away from here at once, if you desire. We'll follow in a short while." "Go," said Prince Otto in agreement. "He is right. There is no other way. I shall stay with them. Pray that at least some of us are successful." When they had disappeared, Prince Otto looked quizzically at me. "But how long can we hold off all the forces of the Valladec? I say we should kill her now." She uttered a great groan and tried to break free again, but felt Von Beck's knife at her ribs and thought better of it. "No," said Alizar, "we cannot resort to her methods. There is no justification for cold-blooded murder." "True," I agreed. "By acting as they would act, we become what they are, and if we are what they are, then there is little point in resisting them." Otto frowned. "A fine point, but I do not think we have time for such niceties. We'll be dead within the hour if we do not act soon." "There's nothing for it," I said. "We must use her as our hostage. We have no other choice." Page 496. Sharadim moved her body against Von Beck's, trying to draw back from the knife. "You would do best to kill me now," she said fiercely. "For if you do not, I will hound you through the 6 realms, and when I find you I shall—" Whereupon she uttered a series of intentions which chilled my blood, made Alizard look as if she were about to vomit, and turned Prince Otto white as a ghost woman's armour. Only Von Beck seemed unmoved. He had, after all, witnessed much of what she threatened as an inmate of Hitler's camps. I made a decision. I drew a deep breath. "Very well," I said. "We shall probably kill you, Princess Sharadim. Perhaps it is the only way to ensure that chaos shall not conquer the 6 realms. And I think we can kill you as imaginatively as you would dispense with us." She looked hard at me, wondering if I spoke the truth. I laughed in her face. "Oh, madam," I said, "you have no idea what blood is already on my hands. You cannot possibly begin to guess what horror I have looked upon." And I let her find my mind. I let her know something of my memories, my eternal battles, my agonies of the time when, as Erekose, I had led Eldrin armies in the utter destruction of the human race. And Sharadim screamed. She began to collapse. "She has fainted," said Von Beck in bewilderment. "Now we can leave," I said. Chapter 5. Speed and desperation were our only allies. We left Sharadim's henchmen bound and gagged in a large chest. We took the insensible princess with us. I held her in my arms as I might hold a loved one. Every time we came upon a guard, we would call out that she was sick and that we were hurrying her to the hospital wing of the palace. And very soon we were back in the courtyard, running for our horses. Sheridan was now bundled into a cloak and slung over Prince Otro's saddle. We had crossed the bridge and were galloping through the town within minutes. Still, there was no pursuit. Doubtless, they were still shocked by the murder of the Master of the Rolls, and it had not yet registered that their princess had been kidnapped. Through the town, and now she was waking, I heard her muffled protests. We ignored them. And then, at last, we were on the open road again and heading for where we had hidden our boat. We looked back all the time, but none came after us. Wombeck grinned. I had thought us as good as dead. There is something to be said for experience, and quick thinking to make use of it, I pointed out. I too was surprised that we had managed to get away before a hue and cry raised. Apart from the murder of Prince Albret, the other factor in our favour was that the entire palace had been geared for a peaceful celebration. Most ordinary guards were on ceremonial duty. Many strangers were coming and going all the time. By now they would have found Netherpino Sloch, Duke Erekose, and Prince Fol, and would be attempting to discover what had happened to Princess Sheridan. Page 498. These people seemed to have no sophisticated methods of long-distance signalling. If we could reach the boat in time, we had every chance now of getting completely clear of Valadica. "But what of our captive?" said Prince Otro. "How will we dispose of her? Take her with us?" "It would prove an unwelcome encumbrance," I said. "Then I suppose we shall have to kill her," said Otro, "if she is of no use to us, and if we are to save this realm from chaos." Alisard murmured an objection. I said nothing. I knew that Sheridan was now awake again and could hear our conversation. I knew, too, that I had frightened her sufficiently, if momentarily, to make a little further use of her. 2 hours later, we had released our horses into a field and were climbing down the cliffs to where we had left our boat. Sheridan was over Wombeck's shoulder. Otro led the way. Eventually we stood on the shingle. The sky was grey now, and the whole beach seemed dead. Even the ocean had a lifeless quality to it. "We could take the body with us," Otro argued, "and dump it in the sea. That would be the end of her forever. The nobles would pick up the pieces soon enough." "Or would they seek revenge on my murderers, I wonder?" She was on her feet, shaking out her lovely golden hair. Her eyes were blue flints. "You could bring our realm to civil war, Prince Otro. Would that be what you want? I promise unity." He turned away from her, untying cords from the mast and settling it in the centre of the boat. "Why did you not go yourself to Bargenheim and try to take the sword?" I asked her. I was bluffing. I was using the few words I had found in her mind. "You know as well as I why that would be folly," she said. "I can enter Bargenheim at the head of an army and take what I want." "Would not Morandi Pag object?" "What if he did? And Armiad?" Page 499. She drew her beautiful brows together in another glare. "That barbarian, that parvenu, he will do what he is told. If he had come to us a few hours before the massing, we could have settled this once and for all. But we had not known where you would be." "You sought me at the massing?" "Prince Fal was there. He offered to buy you both, dead or alive, from Armiad. So he would have done, had not the ghost women found you first. Armiad is a poor ally, but so far he is the only one I have in the Massenscheme." I realized now that her schemes already extended beyond her own realm. She was gathering accomplices everywhere she could, and Armiad, of course, in his hatred for me, was perfectly willing to be of service to her. Now I knew, too, that the dragon sword was probably in Bargenheim, that someone called Mirandi Pag knew its exact location, or was its protector, and that Sheridan felt he was powerful enough for her to require an army to aid her against him. Frederick Schuss, Alizard, and Prince Halmed by now had readied the boat and were preparing to push it into the water. Prince Otro drew out the long knife I'd taken from Nepopinoslok. "Shall I do it? We must get it over with." "We cannot murder her," I said. "She's right in one thing. A civil war could result from that. If we leave her, some will realize we're not the killers she says we are." "Civil war's inevitable now," said Prince Otto feelingly. "More than one country will refuse to acknowledge her as empress. But many others will accept her. Let our actions be witness to our humanity and honesty." Prince Halmed and Alizard were both in strong agreement. "Let her be brought to law," said Alizard. "I, for one, shall not descend to her methods. Flamadin is right. Now many will suspect her. Her own people might insist upon a trial." Page 500. "That last I doubt," von Beck spoke soberly. "Or let us say that those who do insist on a hearing will be silent soon enough. There is a monotonous pattern to the rise of tyrants, which I suppose is reflected in the general pattern of human folly. Depressing though it is, we must accept the fact." "Well, she'll be resisted now," said Otro with satisfaction. "Come, we must set sail at once for Waldana. There, at least, I will be believed." Sheridan was laughing at us as we shoved off into the water. Her wonderful hair whipped in the wind, and her cloak snapped and flapped as she clasped it around her body. I stood in the stern, looking back at her, staring into her eyes, perhaps trying to will her to put a halt to her evil. But her laughter grew stronger. I could still hear it when the boat rounded the headland, and she was lost from sight. I think that some big schooners came after us. We saw them on the second day, but happily they did not see us. By then we were almost at the coast of Aldana. We let Otro and the others ashore in a small fishing harbour at night. The prince saluted us. "I go to rouse my people. We, at least, shall oppose the Princess Sheridan." We had no time for rest. "North," said Alizard. She had a kind of compass on a thong about her neck. "But quickly. By morning it will be gone." We sailed north, the black of the ocean gradually turning to pewter as the sun rose, and then on the horizon we saw the entrance. Already it appeared to be fading. Expertly, Alizard moved the sail to catch the full benefit of the breeze. The boat tugged forward. It seemed to bring von Beck and myself alive again. Eagerly we stared at the great columns of soft light which plunged from an unseen source and descended to an unseen destination. "I'll have to risk a more rapid approach," said Alizard. "It's now only seconds before the eclipse is over." And with that she directed our little boat between two of the columns which had grown so close together that I thought we must be crushed by them. The whole temple of light was contracting, the columns moving to form a single faint beam. Page 501. But we were through, and even though this tunnel was considerably narrower than the last, we knew we were safe. For a moment we knew a little relief on tranquil water. Then the ship was tilting, moving along the corridor at enormous speed. "We are taught to know where and when to find all the gateways between the realms," Alizard informed us. "We have charts and calculators. We can anticipate when one gateway opens and another closes. We know exactly where one will lead and another will not. Never fear, soon we shall be in Bargenheim. We shall arrive about noon." Von Beck was weary. He fell back in the boat, a weak smile on his face. "I have to trust your judgment, Herr Dacre, but I'm blessed if I know how you decided we should find this sword in Bargenheim." I told him how I come by the knowledge. I have the advantage over Sheridan that I can consciously read something of what is in her mind. She can only guess. That is, she has the same power, but she does not know how to use it. I was able to let her see my whole mind for a moment, and that was why she fainted so suddenly. Aha! I'm glad you do not let me enjoy such a privilege. Herr Dacre? He yawned. But this means that if she ever learns the secret, Sheridan will be able to read something of your thoughts also. She will have the same advantage. Even now, she could well be determining which of her intuitions she should trust. There's every chance she'll pick the right ones. The boat shivered. We looked forward. Ahead was a bright green mass of light, almost a ball like the sun. Slowly it turned to blue, and then to grey. Then the corridor seemed to narrow dramatically, and we found ourselves ducking. There was a noise like wind chimes, random yet musical, and we were jerking painfully. The whole boat was bumping up and down on what evidently was no longer water. Page 502. Below us were clouds. Above was a blue sky and sun at zenith. The columns had disappeared. We were not on water at all, but in a soft green mountain meadow. A little way from us, in another field, separated by a dry stone wall, 3 black and white cows were grazing. 2 of them looked with mild curiosity in our direction. Another made a noise as if to indicate she had no interest in us whatsoever. In all directions were these same steep meadows, walls and mountain peaks. It was impossible to see anything of the land below the clouds. There was a strange, pleasant quietness here. Von Beck put his leg over the boat and smiled at Alizard. "Is all of Bargenheim so peaceful, my lady?" "Much of it," she said. "The river traders tend to be quarrelsome, but they never bother to climb so high." "And what of the farmers? Will they object to finding a boat in one of their fields?" Von Beck spoke with his usual dry humour. Alizard was removing her visor completely. Once again, as she shook out her long hair, I was struck by her resemblance to my Ermizard, both in mannerisms and looks. And again I felt that pang of jealousy when she gave Von Beck an answering smile, which held, I was sure, at least a hint of an emotion that was stronger than casual friendship. I controlled myself, of course, for I had no right to feel as I did. I was committed to Ermizard. I loved Ermizard more than I loved life, and this, I reminded the childish creature whining within me, was not Ermizard. If Alizard found Von Beck sexually attractive, and my friend reciprocated her feelings, it should be an occasion for me to feel pleased for them. Yet still the little nagging devil remained. I would have cut him from me with a white-hot knife, if that had been possible. "You'll notice that the farmers have placed no livestock in this particular field," said Alizard. "They are as aware as any that this is, in their terms, a magic place." Page 503. "They have had cows disappear when the pillars of paradise materialize. They've seen stranger things than boats. However, we cannot expect them to be of much help to us either. They have no experience of travelling between the realms. They leave such adventures for the traders of the river valleys far below." "How shall we begin to look for Morandi Pag?" I asked, breaking rather curtly into her speech. "You said you could guess, by the name, where we should begin looking, Lady Alizard." She looked at me curiously, as if she sensed an emotion which had something to do with her. "Are you in pain, Prince Flanagan?" "Merely anxious," I told her briefly. "We cannot let Sheridan gain another minute." You don't think we have made time for ourselves? Von Beck reached down and wet his hands on the lush grass. He patted at his face and sighed. Gained some, and lost some, I reminded him. She must either consider bringing an army into Bargenheim, or she must plan fresh strategy. If she's as impatient for power as I believe, she will now be willing to risk more than ever she did in order to get to the dragon sword before we do. So, Lady Alizard, where would you think it wise to begin looking for Mirandi Pag? Silently she pointed down the steep hillside toward the clouds. Unfortunately, we must descend to the river valleys. That name has an unhuman ring to my ears. But be warned, when we reach the valleys, you must allow me to speak. They have traded with the Gestenheimas for several centuries, and we are the only people who have not, at some point, offered them violence. Inasmuch as they trust any outrealmer, they'll trust me. They will not trust you, however, for a moment. A xenophobic race, eh? Said Von Beck cheerfully, readying himself for the long walk down. Not without reason, said Alizard. You, Mabden, are the unlikeliest of evolved species. Page 504. Most of us learn to enjoy and understand the differences between cultures and races. Your history appears to be a long tale of persecution and destruction of anything not like yourselves. Why is that, do you think? If I had that answer at this moment, my lady, said Von Beck with some force, I do not believe I would be here discussing the problem. All I can assure you is that a few of us Mabden are as concerned by the truth you state as anyone. I sometimes think we are born of a monstrous nightmare, that we live perpetually with the horror of our hellish origin, that we seek to silence any voice which reminds us of what ill-formed intelligence we are. She was evidently impressed by his passion. I merely wished that I'd said as much and been as eloquent. I forced myself to take a keen interest in the surrounding view as we tramped rapidly downhill toward the calm plateau of cloud. Once below that layer, said Alizard, we shall no longer be in the territory of the farmers. Look, there's one of their houses. It was a rather tall, conical building, with a chimney and thatch almost to the ground. I saw 2 or 3 figures nearby going about the ordinary business of farming. However, I was struck by the oddness of some of their movements. Our descent took us closer to the farm. The people did not look up as we went by, though they had plainly seen us. Evidently they preferred to pretend we did not exist. As a result, I could stare without much rudeness at them. They seemed oddly bent. At first I attributed this to the nature of their work, to some unusual cut to their clothing, but it soon became obvious from the glimpse I had of their faces that they were not human at all. I was reminded at first of a kind of baboon, and now I understood a little better what Alizard had meant. Another close glance, and I saw large, solid, cloven hoofs, where the feet would be on a human. What else were these quiet, harmless farmers but devils from the superstitions of Dacre's world? Why, I said with a laugh, I do believe we are marching through hell, Von Beck. Page 505. My friend offered me a sardonic glance. I assure you, Herr Dacre, that hell is not nearly as pleasant. Alizard called out a greeting in her clear, sweet voice. It was as if a beautiful songbird had suddenly begun its call. Hearing it, the farmers looked up. Their strange, wizened faces beamed in recognition. Now they waved and shouted something to us, which was in such a thick dialect I could barely understand a word. Alizard told me they were wishing us good fortune below the sea. They think of these layers of cloud as an ocean, and the people beneath it possess almost a mythological character to them. They have, of course, never seen a real sea. There are large lakes below, but they will not go beyond their own shores, so this is the sea. And it was at this point that I began to realize we had entered the clouds, that visibility was rapidly growing less. I looked back. Already I could barely see the farmhouse. Now, Alizard told us, we had best link hands. I shall continue to lead. The path is marked by cairns, but frequently animals would destroy them. Be wary, too, of the smoke snakes. They are predominantly dark grey and frequently cannot be seen until they are at your feet. What do they do, these smoke snakes? Von Beck stretched his hand out to Alizard. He put his other hand in mine. They protect themselves if you step on them, she said simply. And since we have no weapons save the knives, we must be more than usually careful to avoid that. I shall watch for the cairn. You two watch the ground. Remember, they are of a darker grey. In all that white and grey, with rocks and the remains of abandoned walls sometimes emerging from the fog, I wondered how anyone could spot such a creature. Nonetheless, I scrupulously did as she had instructed me. I'd come to trust Alizard both as a comrade and as a guide. This fact increased my misery on one level, particularly when it seemed to me she gave Von Beck a further admiring glance. The going was slower and slower, yet I continued to concentrate on looking for the dark grey of a smoke snake. Page 506. From time to time I saw something moving, something which curled lazily upwards like a snake and then sank down again, which seemed to possess a vast number of coils, like the old pictures of sea serpents on mariners' charts. I thought I heard a faint noise, too, like the rise and fall of surf on a gentle beach. Are those the sounds the smoke snake makes? I asked Alizard. I was astonished at the echoing effect of the fog. My voice sounded completely unreal in my own ears. Ahead, concentrating on finding the next cairn, she nodded. It had grown very cold, and our clothing was either soaked or running with water. I could not imagine it would be much warmer when we emerged from the fog, since it was thick enough to blot out most of the sunlight. Von Beck, too, it seemed, was feeling the chill, for he appeared to be shivering. I looked ahead, wondering if Alizard's ivory armour offered her any protection at all from the fog. As I did so, I saw a great grey, coiling shadow rise up not 3 feet from the ghost woman. I cried out in warning. She did not respond, but stopped. The 3 of us watched as the thing writhed slowly into the fog. I had still not made out any features. They are not to be feared when they poise themselves like that, Alizard told me. They are merely looking at us. If they can see us, then we are in no danger. It is only the young ones, and usually only when they are disturbed in sleep, who strike. But I remind you, do not step upon a smoke snake. They react violently when startled. These old fellows have seen many travellers, and know they are not in danger. Am I clear? She sounded almost impatient, as if she dealt with a slow-witted child. I apologized for my panic. I said I would remember what she had said and keep my concentration only on the ground ahead of me. Von Beck understood that I had received a mild reprimand. He turned to look at me just as we started off again. He winked. Page 507. And it was at that moment that I saw his foot stepping directly upon the tip of a grey coil. Von Beck! He looked at me in horror, realizing what I had seen. His eyes widened further in pain. "My God," he said softly, "it has my cuff." Then Alizard was flinging herself downwards, knife poised, left hand stretching full ahead of her. The dark grey coils were moving slowly, but surely up Von Beck's leg. I could see no head, no mouth, no eyes, yet I knew the creature was crawling up his body, seeking the upper parts, the head and face. I reached out to try to tug the thing off, and there came a savage metallic hiss from somewhere within the beast. Another coil seemed to detach itself from the main body and cling to my wrist. With my knife, I cut at it, trying to slice it, but somehow the knife made no impression at all. Von Beck also used his knife, and with equal impotence. I saw Alizard's figure very dimly through the fog. She was still on the ground, growling to herself, cursing in frustration, as if she sought something she had lost. I heard the ivory armour clattering against rocks. I thought I saw her arm rise and fall, and still the smoke snake continued to climb my arm and Von Beck's leg at the same time. I was close to being sick with the horror of it, while Von Beck's face was paler than mist surrounding it. I looked at the tip of the coil, where it was almost at my shoulder. Now, I thought, somewhere within the creature, I saw the faintest suggestion of features. It darted at my face then, as if in outrage at my discovery. I felt a sharp pain in my cheek. I felt blood begin to run down my chin. Almost at once, the smoke snake's head revealed a scarcely visible but distinct mouth full of long, thin teeth, of vibrating nostrils, the suggestion of a tongue. And thanks to my blood, the head now glowed a delicate and horrifying pink. Chapter 6. Within seconds, the smoke snake had begun to turn a darker red. Its other head reached Von Beck's face and struck, as it still struck at mine, taking tiny, almost dainty bites of my flesh. I knew it would continue to bite in this way until my head was nothing but a white skull on my body. I believe I screamed something, but I cannot remember the words. It was a prospect of death all the more terrifying because it would not be quick. I waved my knife in front of the head, which now displayed glaring crimson eyes, hoping somehow to distract it. But it had a strange kind of patience. It was as if it waited until it perceived a gap in my defence, then it would dart through again, and again my face would sting from a further wound. I remembered scars on a traveller's face at the great massing. I remembered wondering what had pocked him so, and I yelled again. At least, I thought, it was possible to escape the smoke snake. That man had done so, though it had cost him an eye and half his face. Von Beck was yelling too. There was an appalling inevitability about the creature's attack. As our arms grew more tired, as it became steadily more and more visible, thanks to our blood, it merely waited, maintaining its grip on our limbs and occasionally giving vent to that awful metallic hissing. What made the experience worse for me was that the creature no longer seemed angry. It was a simple enough organism, I supposed. It only reacted when it believed itself attacked. When it had its coils about something, that something was then tasted. If the taste was good, that something simply became the smoke snake's ordinary prey. It probably could not even remember its initial reason for attacking Von Beck. It had no reason to hurry now. It could take a leisurely meal. Page 509. I tried to stab the fang more with the knife again. All logic suggested that the creature which could inflict such wounds must therefore be able to receive such wounds. But it was not so. My knife, cutting and slashing wildly, found only the tiniest resistance, and a faint pinkish dust seemed to surround the head like a halo for a moment before being reintegrated back into the bulk of the animal. All this, of course, in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Alizard continued to curse and shout. I could not see her at all. I could only hear, as if in the back of my mind, her rattling armour and her animal-like grunts and howls of frustrated action. Von Beck's face looked as if he had been weeping tears of blood. Streamers of blood ran down his cheeks. Part of his left ear had been torn away. He had a bite, swollen with blood, in the very centre of his forehead. He drew rapid, sobbing breaths. His eyes spoke not so much of a fear of death, but of the horror and pointlessness of the manner of his death. Then I heard Alizard's cry changed. It was almost a howl of triumph, a kind of ululation. I still could not see anything of her save a white hand grabbing for the insubstantial main body of the smoke snake. She uttered a sort of prolonged groan. I saw her knife dart out of the fog, and her other hand seemed to strike at the identical spot. The smoke snake reared back. I was sure it would take one of my eyes. I brought my hand up to shield myself. Unable to see the snake, I might easily have believed the thing did not exist, save in my imagination. It had virtually no weight, yet it held me tight. I heard Von Beck give vent to a huge roar. I thought the thing had struck some vital spot, and, still without looking, threw myself forward, even while I knew I was incapable of saving him. But there would be some value, I remember thinking, if one died in such an attempt. There is consolation for certain souls, even in the moment of the most hideous and violent death. Page 510. I felt 2 arms embrace me. I opened my eyes. The smoke snake's coils no longer writhed around half Von Beck's body. I wondered if he and I were already dead, if this was some anodyne illusion of safety as our lifeblood bloated the belly of our antagonist. "Herr Dacre," I heard Von Beck say in some surprise. "He appears to have fainted, my lady." I lay on the ground. I saw my friends staring down at me. There was amusement as well as anxiety there. I looked at them. I felt tremendous relief that they lived, and I felt again that demeaning pang of jealousy as I saw their heads come together above mine. "No," I murmured. "You must be Ermizad. Be Ermizad, if only for a moment while I die." "That is the name he spoke before," said Alizard. I thought them rather unconcerned that their friend was dying. Were they already dead? "It is the name of an elderly woman, like yourself," I heard Von Beck say. "He loves her. He has sought her across the eons. He has searched for her in so many realms. He thinks you resemble her." Her features softened. She removed a glove and touched my face. I moved my lips and said for a second time, "Ermizard, before I die." But already reality was returning, and I knew I hovered on the edge of play-acting, willing to pretend I was still in a swoon if I could prolong that moment. That feeling of receiving good-hearted and honest sympathy, such as I had once received from Ermizad, and which, I hope, I had given in return. Then I made a great effort and said firmly, "Forgive me, my lady. I am recovered. My senses are about me again. Perhaps you would be good enough to tell me how Count Von Beck and myself are still amongst the living." Von Beck helped me into a sitting position. The fog did not seem quite so dense now. I thought I could see some distance down the hill to where wide silver water awaited us. Page 511. Alizard had seated herself upon a rock. She had something small and unlovely at her feet, placed on a flat shard of flint. It too seemed to possess thousands of coils, but these were tiny and of no possible danger unless they were poisoned. She poked at the little black thing with her knife point. It seemed completely lifeless. Indeed, beneath her knife it began to crumble. Parts of it rapidly turned to fine black dust. Unbelievingly, I said, "Surely that cannot be the remains of the smoke snake?" She looked up at me, sucking in her lower lip, raising her eyebrows. She nodded. Von Beck stared down at the fragments. It was defeated by the commonest of substances in the hands of the most uncommon woman. She was pleased by his praise. "I know only one way of killing a smoke snake. You must find its centre, cut it, and you create as many new creatures as there are fresh pieces. You must make it bleed and kill it at the moment before it can divide. The blood carries that which you use to destroy it. Happily, I remembered that. Happily, too, like all Gistenheimer's, I travel with my own supplies." "But what killed it, Lady Alizard? How did you save our lives when our weapons had no effect on the thing?" Von Beck interrupted her. He was laughing. "You'll see the humour of it when she tells you. Please, Alizard, let him not stay in suspense any longer. The poor man's exhausted." Alizard showed me the palm of her right hand. It had a faint crust of white near the centre. "Salt. We always carry salt." The thing responded as swiftly as any ordinary garden slug. Von Beck was exultant. As soon as she found that core, and that was where her courage was unbelievable, she had to strike with her knife to draw blood and apply the salt at the exact same second. The core shriveled immediately, and we were saved. He dabbed at the little scabs on his face. The wounds were already healing. They would leave few marks. I supposed myself as lucky. "Nothing to show for it," my friend added, "but what appear to be the remains of a bad case of acne." Page 512. He helped me to my feet. I presented myself to the Lady Alizard. Now she resembled my Almizad even closer than she had at first. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Lady Alizard. I thank you for my life." "You would have given yours trying to save Count von Beck," she said gently as she flipped the dead core out into the mist. "Luckily I had a little more knowledge of these things." She looked with a mixture of merriment and sternness at von Beck. "And let us hope a certain gentleman does better at watching his feet rather than his comrade if he comes this way again." Chastened, von Beck became an exemplary German nobleman. He drew himself upright and at attention. He clicked his heels and bowed in acknowledgment of what he regarded as a just condemnation of his folly. Both Alizard and I found it difficult to hide our amusement at his sudden adoption of formal manners. "Come," she said then, "we must make haste to reach the lower slopes. There we shall be out of the domain of the smoke snakes, and can rest without much fear of any further attacks. It is too late now to approach the city, for it is their custom to refuse all visitors after dark. But in the morning, refreshed, we can go there and hope they will agree to help us find Morandi Pag." With the mist at last above us, and twilight bringing further chill, the three of us drew close together for warmth as we stretched out on the springy and rather comfortable turf of the slope. I remember looking down into the valley where it widened out into a kind of bay overlooking the lake. In this bay, and along the river bank for some distance inland, I could see lights winking, fires blazing. I thought I heard voices, although these could have been the sounds of flocks of jet-black carrion birds as they crowded home to their nests in the upper crags. I wondered at the city. I could see no buildings of any kind. I could see no ships, though I thought there were some quays and piers at the water's edge. Further along the shore of the lake there grew a deep, thick wood, whose trees primarily resembled oaks. Page 513. From this, too, Now emerged some lights, as if foresters made their way homeward. Again I looked in vain for buildings. I wondered, vaguely, as I fell into a deep and exhausted slumber, if, like the smoke snakes, the city and its residents were invisible to the human eye. I remembered something of another people who had been called ghosts by those who refused to understand them, and I tried to bring the memory into sharper focus. But as often happened with my overcrowded brain, I could not quite grasp the full recollection. It had something, I thought, to do with Ermizad. I turned my head. In the last of the light, I looked directly into Alizard's sleeping face. And in the privacy of the night, I believe I wept for Ermizad before sleep came to fling me into further torment. For I dreamed of 100 women, 100 who had been betrayed by warlike men and heroic folly, by their own deepest feelings of love, by their romantic idealism. I dreamed of 100 women, and I knew each one of them by name. I had loved each of them, and every one was Ermizad, and every one I had lost. At dawn I woke to see that near the horizon of the lake the clouds had parted, and great red-gold waves of sunlight were pouring through, staining the water where they had struck. Elsewhere this explosion of light stood in heavy contrast to the black and grey of the surrounding mountains and waters, giving them an added dramatic value. I half expected to hear music, to see the people of the river valley come rushing out into the morning, cheering in that magnificent dawn, but the only sound from the settlement below us was the occasional clank of domestic pots, the yap of an animal, a thin voice. I could still not see where the city itself was. I supposed that these people to be cave-dwellers who camouflaged the entrance to their houses. This was a common enough custom in all the realms of the multiverse I had visited, yet I was somehow surprised that the traders who risked a journey through the pillars of paradise to barter with neighbouring realms did not live in what I would think of as more civilized buildings. Page 514. Alizard smiled when I voiced this puzzle. She took me by the arm and looked into my face. She was more youthful than Ermizad, and her eyes were a subtly different colour, as was her hair. But again it was almost painful to be so close to her. "All the mysteries will be solved in Adelstein," she promised. Then she linked her arm in Von Beck's and, like a schoolgirl on a picnic, led us down the grassy hill towards the settlement. I paused for a moment before following. For a moment I'd lost any notion of where I was, or indeed who I was. I thought I smelled cigar smoke. I thought I heard a double-decker bus in a nearby street. I forced myself to stare at the blossoming dawn, the huge tumbling clouds on the far side of the lake. At last my head cleared. I remembered the name of Flamadin. I remembered Sheridim. A tiny shock went through my body, and then, for my present purposes, I was whole again. I caught up with my friends when they were almost at the bottom of the hill, passing through a gate in a low wall, and looking back as if they realized for the first time that I was not with them. We walked together down a winding track to where the water was shallow, forming a ford. I could see now that this weir had been artificially built to do away with the need for a bridge which could be easily seen from above. I wondered at this strange precaution, even as we waded through the cold, clear water and eventually stood on the other bank, staring up at a series of mighty openings in the cliff face, each one of which had been cunningly fortified and then disguised as natural rock. Now I was beginning to realize that these people were not bereft of architectural and building skills. Alizard had replaced her visor. Now she cupped her hands and called up, "Friendly visitors here to throw themselves upon the mercy of Adelstein and her lords." There was a sudden silence. even the tiny sounds of cooking could no longer be heard. "We bring news in the common interest," called Alizard. "We have no weapons, and we are neither loyal to nor serve any of your enemies." Page 515. This had begun to sound like a formal declaration, a matter of necessary courtesy, I supposed, if we were to be granted an audience with the troglodytes. All at once the silence was broken by a distinct thud, then another, then a louder sound, as if metal struck metal. Then the long booming note of a gong came rolling from the higher entrance of the cave system. Alizard lowered her arms as if in satisfaction. We paused. Von Beck made to speak, but she motioned him to hold his tongue. The note of the gong died away. Next came a kind of breathy roaring, as if a giant failed to find a note on a monstrous trumpet. Then part of the nearest cave entrance seemed to fall inwards, revealing a dark, jagged opening. It might have been a natural fissure in the rock. Alizard led us forward, and with an easy movement of her body slid herself through the opening. Von Beck and I followed with rather less grace and some complaint. And then we were turning and looking in awe at what was next revealed to us. It was perhaps the most graceful city of spires and slender architectures I had ever seen in all my wanderings. It was white, glistening as if the moon shone upon it. It was stark against the surrounding semi-darkness of the vast cave. Above, we heard the breathy noise again, then the booming, and we realized that the sounds had been created through natural acoustics in the cave, which had to be more than 3 miles in circumference and whose roof was lost from sight. It was so delicate, that city, with its traceries of marble and quartz and glittering granite, that it seemed a breeze would waft it away. It had the fragility of a wonderful illusion. I felt that if I blinked, it might not be there when I looked again. I had been right to be suspicious of apparent primitivism, but I had been wrong to think for a moment that the river traders were barbarians. Page 516. "It's like a city made of lace," said Von Beck, almost in a whisper. "1,000 times more beautiful even than Dresden." "Come," said Alizard, beginning to walk down the large polished steps which led to a road which in turn led to Adelstein. "We must now proceed without a hint of hesitation. The lords of this city are over-quick to detect spies or scouts from an enemy." Behind us little fires were burning in the rocks. I saw white faces peering from the shadows of crude shelters. These people shuffled and scuffled and muttered to themselves before gradually returning to their interrupted tasks. I found it very difficult to associate such obvious savages with the people who dwelled in and had built the city. I asked Alizard who the people of the walls were, and she apologized for not telling me more. "They're Mabden, of course. They are afraid of the city, afraid of almost everything, and being permitted no weapons with which they can attack what they fear, they are reduced to what you see. It seems that the Mabden can only kill or run away. Their brains are of no use to them." Von Beck was sceptical. "They look to me like the useless economic units of some over-rigid political system, driven out here so that they will not be a burden on the others." Alizard frowned. "I cannot follow you." Von Beck was smiling, almost to himself. "You have great experience of magic and scientific marvels, Lady Alizard, but it appears there are very few economically complex civilizations in the whole of the multiverse." She appeared to understand him. Her brow cleared. "Ah, of course. Yes, your assumption is more or less accurate. This is not the right sector for those societies." I looked with private pleasure on von Beck's face as he realized that not only had he been guilty of intellectual arrogance, he had been put in his place by someone who was undoubtedly his mental superior. Von Beck looked at me and saw that I had recognized his response. "It's odd how easily we slip into the assumptions and follies of our own cultures when we are faced with the alien and the inexplicable. If ever I come through this and am successful in my ambition, if Germany is ever free of war and insane terror, I have it in my mind to write a book or two on the subject of mankind's reactions to the novel and the unlikely." Page 517. I clapped him on the back. "You are avoiding one trap and falling into another, my friend. Never fear, when the moment comes, you'll decide against those treaties and get on with the business of living. It's example and effort which improve our lot, not any number of learned volumes." He took what I said in good part. "You are truly a simple soldier at heart, I think." "There are probably few simpler than me," I told him. "Few more ordinary. It baffles me why I should have become what I am." "Perhaps only a fundamentally sane creature could accept the amount of experience and information you have accumulated," said von Beck. His voice was almost sympathetic. Then he cleared his throat. "However, there's a danger in too much sentimentality as well as too much intellectuality. Eh?" We had arrived at the glowing circular gate of the city. A ring of fire, it seemed to me, burned steadily and without heat. It shone so brightly that we were half blinded, unable to see beyond the gateway into Adelstein herself. Alizard did not pause, but walked directly up to the mighty circle and stepped through it at the point where it touched the rocky surface. We could do nothing else but follow her example. Closing my eyes, I stepped into the fire and immediately found myself on the other side, unscathed. Von Beck was next. He found the whole thing, he said, remarkable. Alizard said, "The fire burns cold only for friendly visitors. The lords of Adelstein have extended to us their most trusting welcome. We can feel flattered." Now we saw about 5 figures ahead of us on the white road, which still reflected the firelight behind us. Page 518. The figures were dressed in billowing robes, heavy weaves of sober colours, lighter silks and lace to rifle the exquisite complexity of the city's architecture. Each figure held a staff on which a small, stiffened linen banner stood. Each banner was a finely detailed picture in its own right. The pictures were extremely stylized, and I could not immediately recognize the subjects. My attention was quickly drawn away from the banners, however, by the faces of the waiting 5. They were not human. They were not even the eldritch faces of Alizard's people. I had not realized that Bargenheim was the realm dominated by those strange beasts, the Ursine princes. These people resembled bears. Though it was plain there were many differences, particularly about the hands and legs. They stood upright with no difficulty whatsoever. Their black eyes were like rain-washed ebony, yet they did not threaten. "Be welcome to Adelstein," they said in chorus. Their voices were deep, vibrant, and somehow to me they were also comforting. I wondered at those who had made themselves this people's enemies. I felt that I could trust any one of them to do exactly what they claimed. I stepped forward, extending my arms in greeting. The bear folk moved back a step, their nostrils quivering. They attempted to recover themselves, and it was plain they thought they had been discourteous to us. "It is our smell," said Alizard softly in my ear. "They find it revolting." Chapter 7. I had expected to find myself and my friends in some vast receiving room, an auditorium where guests could state their business and be seen by all the Ursine princes and their retinues. Such ceremony would have been suitable for the city. Instead, we were led by the 5 dignified creatures through streets of exceptional cleanliness, filled with buildings of astonishing beauty, until we came to a small domed hall which, in its simplicity, reminded me somewhat of an old Baptist church. Within, we found warmth, comfortable chairs, a library, all the accumulated treasures which, say, a university don might come by in a lifetime of quiet appreciation of the world. "This is where we live much of the time," said one of the bear-like people. "We have domestic quarters, of course. We conduct our business from this place. I hope you will forgive the informality. Will you have wine or another drink?" "We appreciate your hospitality," I said awkwardly. I was going to add that we were rather anxious to see the great princes as soon as they could spare time to see us, when Alizard, doubtless anticipating me, interrupted. "We all appreciate it, my lords, and we are honoured to find ourselves in the company of those who are called the Ursine princes throughout the 6 realms." I was surprised, even while I was grateful to her. It seemed completely wrong to my expectations that such a wonderfully decorative city should not indulge the most elaborate of ceremonies, and I had thought we were to be inspected by a whole host of noble bears. Page 520. Now I could only presume that these were the only ones. Certainly the only ones we should meet. The large room was heavily perfumed. From the fireplace in the centre of the left-hand wall, great gusts of incense billowed. I realized that our odour must be inconceivably disgusting to them, for them to go to such pains. "And that," said one of the princes, seating himself and his complicated arrangement of clothing in a great armchair and pointing at the fire with his pole, "that is our custom. I trust you will forgive our fads. We are all somewhat old and set in our ways. I am Grofer Rome, Prince of the North River, successor to the Otuvian family which, sadly, ceased to produce issue." He rubbed at his snout and sighed. The closer I came to them, the more I realized they only superficially resembled bears. It seemed to me this species had existed long before the advent of the bear. "And this is Snowflidfaldplair, Prince of the Big South River, and the Little East, hereditary head of the winter caravan." A wave of silken lace at the creature beside him. "Over there is Wickklaw Hold Haag, Prince of the Great Lake Spill, last bearer of the Flint. Glanat Clym, Prince of the Deep Canals, Bat Speaker. And lastly, my wife, Falardurge Oro, Prince of the Shouting Rapids and Regent of the Western Seasonals." Grover Realm made a small, polite grunting noise. "I am, I'm afraid, the last male prince left." "Are your people so depleted by aggressors?" Von Beck asked sympathetically after we had returned the introductions. "Is that why you were so cautious, Lord Prince, to admit us here?" Prince Grover Rome paused, raising a hand. I have misinformed you, it seems. Until lately this realm knew peace for century upon century. We grew used to persecution, certainly, and we built our cities away from the envious eyes of Mabden and others. But we have so successfully hidden ourselves from enemies, we have only the habit of caution left. He pretended to turn his head and inspect the fire. Actually, he was inhaling more of the incense. Page 521. His wife, Prince Faladurge Oro, spoke. Most of what we mine is too precious, too beautiful to trade. You see before you 5 decadent old creatures in the decline of their race's age. We have lived without stimulus for far too long. We are dying. Though, said one I took to be younger, Wickler Haud Haig, we have seen 4 full cycles of the multiverse come and go. Few others survive one. She spoke proudly. There are few with histories as long as those you call the Ursine princes. We call ourselves Ogre Av. We have almost always been a river people. She began to seat herself, fluffing her lace and her heavy wools as she did so. Prince Grover Rome waited with attentive stillness until Wickler Haud Haig had completed her speech. There you have us, he said. We have a few family left, but that is the sum of our race. We had expected to end our days in peace. The Mabden offer us no trouble. Sometimes they trade one of their young for whatever it is they have decided they need from us. We, in turn, pass the boys on to Geestenheim, where we know no harm will come to them. But then came news of this army of the Liberators, apparently sworn to release the Mabden from imprisonment here. Is it this you would warn us of? Alizard was puzzled. I know nothing of such an army. Who leads it? Mabden. I cannot remember his name. They are coming through on the eastern banks, apparently in large numbers. Of course, it is many years since we were there ourselves. If all they wanted were those shores, we would have given them up. We want nothing but this city and tranquillity. But thanks to a Mabden more honourable than most, we learned of this invasion in time. And so our allies will arrive here shortly to defend us in our last years. It seems an unlikely irony, and moreover, it is a familiar one, eh? The remnants of an ancient aristocracy defended by those who were once their fiercest enemies? I was suspicious as I could see were Alizard and von Beck. Page 522. Pardon, Prince Grover Rome, said Alizard, but when did you learn of this holy war against you? Not 30 breaks since. And do you remember the name of the Honourable Mabden who has offered to help you? That I can remember easily. Her name is the Princess Sharadim of Drakenheim. She has become a good friend to us and asks nothing. She understands our principles and our customs, and she has made it her business to learn much of our history. She is a good creature. It is a blessing for us that all our other cities are long since abandoned. She only has the one to defend. We anticipate her soldiers during the next conjunction. Alizard flushed. Like me, like von Beck, she did not know how best, and with what formal manners, to disabuse the Ursine princes. At last von Beck said brutally, So, she deceives you also. as she deceived so many in her own land. She means you ill, my lords, and that is certain." There came a considerable snuffling, throat-clearing, and not a little cracking of joints. Alizard spoke passionately. "It is true, my princes. This woman plans to league herself with chaos and destroy the barriers between the realms, turning the worlds of the wheel into one vast and lawless place where she and her allies of chaos shall establish a perpetual tyranny." "Chaos?" Prince Glanet-Calm waddled to the fire and breathed in the smoke. "No Mabden can league themselves with chaos and survive, not in their original form at any rate. Or does she hope to be made a lord of chaos herself? That is sometimes the ambition of such people." "I would remind my sister Prince," said Snoffel Ifard Player, "that we have only heard charges from this trio. We have been offered no evidence. I have for my own part an instinctive trust of the Mabden female, Sharadim. I have a way of understanding her kind. These emissaries could be from those who march against Addleston." Page 523. "On my word," cried Alizard, "we are not your enemies. We serve neither Sharadim nor the jihad you speak of. We came to you for help in our own quest. We seek to stop the spread of evil, to halt chaos and its schemes for our realms. We came to you because we hope to find Morandi Pag." "There you have it." Snoffel-Ifard Player pulled back her muzzle and clicked at her teeth with her nails. "There you have it." Alizard looked from face to face. "What do you mean?" Grover Rome inhaled an enormous mouthful of smoke. Even as he spoke, the fumes began to escape from his nostrils and add to those already in the room. "Morandi Pag has gone mad. He was one of us, an Ursine prince, you would say, prince of the south-east Russias and the cold ponds, a great trader, always his own steersman, friend, oh," and Grover Realm raised his snout to the painted ceiling and gave a mournful groan. "His childhood friend," explained Faladurge Oro, as she stroked her husband's wrinkling head. "His great sharer," and a little whimper escaped her mouth. "Yes, he is with them, we are informed. We sent for him urgently. We told him we must see him in Addlestane, so that we could tell us he does not serve the Mabden. But he did not come. He did not send a message. Amongst our people that is a statement that what is rumoured is true. Morandi Pag has an odd mind," said Glanet Clym. "Always an odd mind. Took action, he did. Always action, following his delicate and unreadable logic. As a trader, he was the last of the true river princes. As a seer, he had trained himself to look into 1,000 times and places. As a scientist, his theories were of exquisite intricacy. Oh, Morandi Pag was what our ancestors were, an odd mind which could foresee unimaginable possibilities. So he left for his crag at last. But we did not know he disapproved of our treatment of the Mabden. He had only to make it clear. We do merely what the Mabden say they want. We offered them one of our loveliest cities for themselves. They refused it. If we are guilty of obtuse reasoning, we should be told. We would change." Page 524. If the Mabden want to return to Mabden realm, we can take them, but they would not consider any of our suggestions. Now this comes. We did no wrong, I think. Perhaps we did wrong, said snuffily Fard Player. If so, Morandi Pag of all the princes could have told us how. Yet that is done. We have a barbarian force marching against us. It means killing. We cannot defend ourselves entirely without employing death. These other Mabden know death and how to deal it. We are without resources in the matter of tools even. Aye, agreed Grover Roan, recovering himself slowly. No weapons, and Sharadim has the means of finding these. She defends beauty, she says. That, we think, is worth defending, but we could not easily kill. Mabden can easily kill, as we all recognize here, I think, Morandi Pag, he will not send even writing to us. No, we do not want the Mabden. They are fleas. Ah! And he turned his head into the fireplace, leaving his wife in great confusion, offering us a glance of apology for her husband's description of those she considered our kind. They are worse than fleas, Prince Falador Joro, I said quickly. They are perhaps the worst sort of flea, at any rate. Wherever they bite, they leave disease and ruin behind, but I suspect both Mabden armies to be commanded by Sharadim. She uses one to frighten you, one to reassure you. We know she planned to bring an army here, but we thought she marched against Morandi Pag. If so, how can she be in league with him? Someone should visit that crag, as I said. Grover Roan puffed smoke from his nostrils again. If he is dead or ill, then much is explained. And I agree with these Mabden fellow princes. Sharadim cannot any longer be trusted. I suspect we waited so long to find Mabden whose morality we could respect that we deceived ourselves. The Princess Sharadim is an honourable creature, said Prince Snuffily Fard Player. I know it in my bones. Why did you not send someone to this crag before? I asked, if you suspected Morandi Pag to be ill. Page 525. Grover Roan's snout grew wet, and he sniffled. He coughed and pushed his head so far into the fireplace it almost disappeared. We are too old, he said. There is none who can make the journey. Is the crag so far away? Von Beck's voice took on a new urgency. Not so far, said Grover Roan, re-emerging from the incense. About 5 miles, we used to reckon. You could send nobody 5 miles? Von Beck began to sound contemptuous. It is across the lake. Glanet Klim spoke defensively. The lake he himself explored, looking for the mythical central passage which is said to pass permanently through all realms at once. All he found, they say, was his crag, but there is often a maelstrom there, and often big winds. We have no boats for it, nothing made, and we can make nothing ourselves now. You, the great river princes, have no boats? I have seen your ark at the great massing. I could not believe they were lying. You do have boats. A few. The ark is mere trickery, so that no Mabden will look greedily on our artifacts. The Keystone Hemas have similar strategies, which is why we have always been allies. A few little boats left, yes, but we are too old. Then lend us one of those, said Alizard. Hesitantly, she put her hand on Grover Rome's massive arm. "Lend us a boat, and we will cross the lake to find Morandi Pag. Perhaps we shall find that he does not work against you. Perhaps the Mabden lied in this, as in everything else." "The Princess Sharadim has psychic gifts," growled Snofilfard Player. "She knows Morandi Pag schemes our finality." "You will let them prove this?" Grover Rome rose up from his chair in a great hissing and whispering of fabric. "You will let them prove it, Lord Prince? What bad can that bring us?" Snoffelifard Player bent with fastidious slowness towards the fireplace and drew in the fumes by means of a long, loud sniff. Page 526. "Take the boat, but be careful," Faladoge Oro said, sounding almost like a mother to her children. "But the crag lies beneath the sun. It is hot, and the water acts strangely. Morandi Pag went there for solitude, to study, but he stayed. Only he knew the exact way the sea runs. It was one of his golden strengths. We watched him as young females scenting for the currents lying in the deepest reaches. Then he would take his rafts and race through. Half our charts were drawn before the birth of Morandi Pag. Half our charts have been drawn since he came to us, and even a long-lived people like ours do not pass through 4 full cycles of the multiverse. He was our last great pride. If he had been a leader, I think we should have survived even a 5th cycle." She did not seem greatly upset by the prospect of her race's extinction. "Morandi Pag has derived his knowledge from the whole of the multiverse. Compared to him, the rest of us are ignorant and parochial. We have boats below. They can be floated up to the old mole. Will you wait for the boat there? We shall give you charts. We shall give you provisions. We shall give you messages of friendship and concern for Morandi Pag, and then, if he lives, he will reply." Not an hour later we stood in the grey light beneath those massive cliff walls, on a worn stone quayside, watching as from the depths there drifted a pale golden boat, with a mast all ready and a sail wrapped against the wet, with oars and little watertight boxes full of sweet pasties and grains, the water pouring from her as she rocked beside the stone mole, ready to receive us. "I have seen these boats of theirs once before," said Alisard, stepping confidently into it and arranging a seat for her comfort. "They cannot fill with water. It is a system of vents and valves, but so cunningly hidden in the design that they cannot be discovered by anyone save their makers." The boat was much wider than the last one we had used. This boat was plainly designed to accept the weight and bulk of the bear folk, but the boat responded with subtle ease to the tiller and the breeze. Page 527. We saw no more of the Ursine princes as we set off towards the vent in the clouds, where light still poured, almost violently, upon water which, as we approached closer, was evidently foaming furiously and sending up occasional geysers and steam. "Scalding water," said Von Beck wearily. He seemed ready to accept defeat. "That's what defends Morandi Pag's crag. Look at the charts, Herr Dacre. See if there are alternate means of approaching." But there were none. Soon, picked out by that vast funnel of sunlight, we saw through the steam and the foam a tall spike of rock rising at least 100 feet above the turbulent waters. Upon this spike, just visible now, was a building resembling those we had just left behind. It might even have been a natural formation, worked by thousands of years of elemental forces, but I knew it was not. It could only be Morandi Pag's house. We slowed our boat's progress, heaving to before we were caught up in the swirling currents. The steam was so hot that we were soon, all of us, perspiring. There were other crags, other vicious spikes of rock surrounding Morandi Pag's, but none was so tall. We stood upright in the boat and waved in the hope that he had some means of guiding us in. There was no sign of life from the white lace palace on the crag. Alizard had the charts beside her. "We can go through this," she said, pointing. "It is a slab of rock which the sea has worn through. It offers the best protection from the geysers. Once through that we have to steer between the crags, but the water, according to the chart, is cooler there. At Morandi Pag's crag there is a small bay apparently. This is what we must reach before we are crushed against the rock walls. We seem to have only this choice, or we can return to Adelstein and tell them we were unsuccessful. We can wait until Sheridan comes with her army. What shall we do then?" She had answered her own question. Page 528. We would go forward. She scarcely waited for us to agree before, the chart in her teeth, one hand on the tiller and the other on the boom cords, she was driving towards the roaring, unsettled heat. I hardly knew what happened to us in those minutes while Alizard steered our boat. My impression was of wild, dangerous waves hurling us back and forth so that we rocked as we surged up and down, of sharp rocks passing an inch from the hull, of the wind tearing into the sail, and of Alizard singing a strange, ululating song as she took our craft towards the crag. The black opening of the sea-worn tunnel came in sight, and we were swallowed at once. The sea boomed and screamed at us. The boat scraped first one wall and then the other. Alizard's song continued. It was a beautiful song. It was a defiant song. It was a challenge to the entire multiverse. And then we were on a fresh current, being drawn out of the tunnel and towards Morandi Pag's towering shard of rock. I looked up. The intense sunlight seemed to have been concentrated by some cosmic lens. At its strongest point it shone directly upon the white palace, revealing whole parts of it to be utterly ruined. I was furious. I slammed my fist against the side of the boat. "We have risked all that for nothing. Morandi Pag is dead. Nobody has lived in that place for years." But Alizard ignored me. With the same delicate precision she steered the dancing boat towards the crag, and there suddenly we saw a pool of placid water, surrounded by high walls, with only a single narrow entrance. It was through this that Alizard aimed at our boat. It was in this little enclave of tranquillity that we at last found ourselves. The boat rocked gently against the harbour wall. Beyond that wall we could hear the roaring water, the screaming geysers, but it was muffled, seemingly a long way distant. Alizard finished her song. Then she stood up in the boat, and she cheered. And we cheered too. Never has anyone cheered so thankfully. Page 529. The adrenaline was still running through us. Even Alizard showed no sign of exhaustion. She clambered rapidly up the rungs of the harbour wall and stood watching as we left the boat more carefully, and eventually joined her. "There," she said, indicating a flight of steps and an opening beyond. "We are at the entrance to Morandi Pag's castle." Ulrich von Beck looked out to where the sea still foamed. He said quietly, I pray this Pag has devised a better way of leaving his stronghold. I am already feeling anxiety about our return voyage. Alizard strode ahead of us, her ivory armour shedding the lust of the sea-water. She began to call Morandi Pag's name. Von Beck laughed suddenly. "She should tell them we're from the funeral company. That old bear has been dead for years. Look at the condition of this place." Alizard began to speak a version of the same proclamation she had made outside the caves of Adelstein. "We are peaceful travellers, enemies of your enemies. We shall enter your home, knowing that you have not forbidden us that privilege." She paused. There was no response. Together, the three of us passed through the cracked and mildewed entrance which, to our surprise, led immediately upon a set of steps going downwards into the rock. The steps crept steadily down. Outside we could hear the distant groaning and murmuring of the waves. The place had a musty smell. I thought I detected a snuffling sound of the kind Grofer Rom had made. It came from below. And then, all at once, I grinned. My grin was shared by my companions, for from the darkness at our feet there began to curl a thick greenish smoke, its perfume so strong we were almost sickened by it. "I think an Ursine prince makes ready to bid us welcome." It was von Beck who expressed this. Page 530. Alizard chuckled appreciatively. I thought her response excessive. Through this voluminous cloud we now progressed until we had at last reached a small archway. From the other side of this we made out tables, other furniture, books, ladders, instruments of all kinds, several different orreries, strange light from odd-shaped lamps. And emerging slowly with a rolling, energetic kind of shuffle came the huge bulk of Morandi Pag himself. He wore few clothes, a little decorative lace and embroidery, and was almost entirely white. His fur had once been black, I suspected. Now there was only grizzled black hair on his head and down the middle of his back. His large, dark eyes held an alert, perhaps sardonic curiosity missing in his peers. Yet there was also a strange light in them, a tendency for his gaze to wander away from what he had begun to look at, to focus on sights invisible to us. His voice was deep and comforting, though vaguer and richer than those of the other princes. His manner was, in short, evidently absent-minded. It was, however, as if he deliberately fostered this in himself, as if he feared to let his mind cohere. This was a great intelligence, but one which had received an enormous blow. I had seen such looks on the faces of survivors from 1,000 different forms of outrage. Von Beck also noticed this. We exchanged a glance. Morandi Pag seemed amiable. "More Mabden explorers, is it? Well, Mabden, be welcome. Do you chart these waters as I once charted them?" "We are not merchant adventurers, my lord," said Alizard calmly. "We are here because we hope to save the Six Realms from chaos." There was a flash of awareness in those mild eyes. Then it was gone. Morandi Pag mumbled a tune through the rains of his teeth. He shuffled back towards his books and retorts. "I am old," he said, without looking at us. "I am too old. I am probably half crazed with knowledge. I am not of use to anyone. He turned very quickly, almost glaring at me, and it was at me he shouted, "You! It will come to you! It will come to you yet, my poor little Mabden!" He leaned against a bench on which a dozen burners had been placed. It was these which gave off the heavy perfume. "Knowledge ceases to be wisdom when one has no method for making sense or use of what one learns. Eh? It was probably inevitable, eh?" Page 531. "Prince Mirandi Pag," said Alizard urgently, "our mission is what we say it is, against chaos and all that brings. Surely you would not hide something from us, something crucial to our quest?" "To protect," he said, moving his snout up and down in confirmation of his own statement. "Only that. Yes." "Do you know where the dragon's sword is?" Von Beck asked him. "Oh, yes. That, of course, I know. You may see it, if you wish, below." He sighed deeply. "Is that all? The old hell's sword itself, Yes? Yes." But his eyes had already wandered to a jar of blue glass on his table. Within it some sort of firefly seemed to be dancing. The noise Mirandi Pag made was one of gentle pleasure. After a moment he turned that enormous head towards us again. He seemed to deliberate for almost a minute. Then he said soberly, his voice quavering a little with age, "I am extremely frightened by what is happening. How can you three not be afraid also?" "Because, Prince Mirandi Pag, we have yet to confront anything," said Von Beck. He spoke very softly indeed, as if he were gentling a horse. "Ah," said Mirandi Pag, as if he found the explanation satisfactory. "Ah, you cannot imagine. He became distracted again. He began to murmur names, scraps of equations, lines of verse, much of it in languages we could not begin to understand. "La, la, la, la. Would you three share a little of what I have? Food was never the problem, as you may have heard. But," he scratched at his left ear. He looked at us inquiringly. "The dragon's sword, Prince Mirandi Pag?" Alizard reminded him. "Yes, you wish to see it, yes? It is below." Page 532. "Will you take us to it, or shall we go ourselves?" she asked slowly. "What shall we do, Prince Mirandi Pag?" "See what you think." He had forgotten our conversation already. He tapped at tubes and bottles. "La, la, la, la." Von Beck motioned towards a door on the other side of the room. "We must see what is through there. I am sorry to seem impolite, but we have little time." He strode through parchments and tomes, abandoned instruments and piles of jars, each of which contained a mysterious substance, and put his fingers out towards the handle. He paused, looking inquiringly at Mirandi Pag. Eventually the old bear spoke. Again his voice was controlled, full of wise awareness. "You may go through there to look at it if you wish." We had joined Von Beck by the time he had begun to turn the handle. The door was not made of wood, but of pock-marked rock, like pumice, multicoloured. There were designs carved into it. The designs were in the same style I had seen on the banners at Adelstein. I could not quite make out what they represented. Without a creak or a protest, the door opened smoothly. The room beyond was small and circular, virtually a cupboard. Lamps flickered from within it. On shelves were packets, scrolls, boxes, jars, straw-bound bottles, and a number of objects whose function was obscure. However, it was what hung from the central beam by means of a big brass hook which drew our attention. It was an ornamental cage which, judging by the droppings on its sides and bottom, had once been used to hold an enormous bird. But it no longer held a bird. Instead, the captive who stared at us through the narrow bars was a small man, dressed in what closely resembled medieval motley. He seemed thankful that we had come. There was no telling how long he had been there. From behind us, Morandi Pag's voice had grown vague again. "Oh, yes," he said. "Now I remember where I hid the little Mabden." Chapter 8. The man in the cage was Jermes the Crooked. He recognized me almost at once and laughed aloud. "Well met, Sir Champion. I am glad to see you." Morandi Pag came shuffling up to fumble at the complicated lock. "I put him in there when I sighted your boat. That way any enemy would think him a slave or pet, and not necessarily wish to destroy him." "Put me in there, I might add," said Jermes without malice or anger, "against my protests. That's the 5th time you've had me in that damned cage, Prince Pag. Don't you ever remember?" "Have I put you in there before?" "Almost every time you've spotted a boat." Jermes clambered with his usual agility from the cage and dropped to the floor. He looked up at me. "Congratulations, Sir Champion. Yours is the first to get through undamaged. You must be a skilled helmsman." "The credit is all the Lady Alizard's. She is an expert at the tiller." Jermes bowed to the Geestenheimer. The young dwarf, on his bandy legs and with his thin ginger beard, managed a certain dignity. She seemed charmed by him. Next he presented himself to Ulrich von Beck. The two exchanged names. "You already know my little Mabden," said Morandi Pag in tones of absolute normality. "It will be wonderful for him to have others of his kind for company. You're the champion, I know. Yes, I know you are the champion because—" and his eyes became strangely blank. He stood with his muzzle gaping, staring into the middle distance. Page 534. Gervais darted forward and took the old bear's arm, leading him back to his chair. "He has too much in his head. Sometimes this happens." "You know him well?" asked Alizard in some surprise. "Oh, indeed, I have been his sole companion here for almost 70 years. I had no choice. In my present circumstances I do not seem to be able to roam through the realms at will, as I sometimes can. I have found every day stimulating, I must say. Now, you were looking for something." He helped Morandi Pag slowly resume his seat. "I should like to assist." "Morandi Pag said he would show us the dragon sword," von Beck told him. "Oh, so he has spoken of the scarlet crystal. Yes, I know where that is to be found. Well, I can easily lead you down there, but we shall have to take Morandi Pag with us, for I am useless where spells are concerned. Will you give him a while to rest?" "We are upon a desperate quest," said Alizard softly. "We shall go now." Morandi Pag rose suddenly, full of energy. "At once. It is urgent, you say. Very well, come. You shall see the dragon sword." There was a narrow doorway at the back of the cupboard room where we had found Germaise. Morandi Pag led us through it, down 2 more spiralling flights. Now we could hear the sea booming and crashing all around us. It was so violent that we felt it must break down the rock walls and come flooding through. Germaise the Crooked lit a brand, and by means of the light from this he bent, and with his long-fingered hands pulled on a chain set into the damp floor. He had opened a manhole. Misty light now came from below. Germaise disappeared down the hole, having signed us to follow. Morandi Pag said, "Go first, it will take me longer because of my age and my bulk." I saw Von Beck hesitate. He suspected a trick, but Alizard urged him forward. I followed her down the somewhat slippery ladder. Page 535. The ladder descended directly into a cave, which was actually a hollow pinnacle of rock. We stood on a long slab overlooking a swirling and foaming pool of water formed by rushing streamers which poured from what looked almost like windows set at fairly regular intervals above us. The water seemed to leave by an unseen series of vents at the bottom. It was a marvellous natural sight, and we looked at it in silence for some while, wondering where we could possibly go from here. I felt the bear's paw upon my shoulder. Turning, I saw that his eyes were melancholy. "Too much knowledge," he said. "It will happen to you unless you take action. Our minds are finite in their capacity to accept information. Yes?" "I suppose so, Prince Morandi Peg. Is the sword likely to do me harm?" "Not yet. The harm it has done you and the harm it will do are not part of your current destiny, I think. But actions can change courses naturally. I am not sure." He cleared his throat. "But you would see the sword, eh? Then you must look down there into that pool." "They'll not see it, Prince Pag," said Germaise the Crooked, speaking loudly over the sound of the ocean. "Not without your incantation." "Ah, yes." Morandi Pag looked disturbed. He scratched at his white chest. He patted reassuringly at my arm. "Never fear. It is a peculiarly complicated arrangement of logic, a mental equation I must form. It helps me if I sing something. You'll forgive me?" And he raised his snout and gave vent to a singular kind of wailing and grunting, a musical howling, and a series of sharp barks. "Has he gone crazy again?" asked Von Beck. Germaise pushed at his back. "Go to the edge, to the edge. Look into the waters. Think of nothing, quickly. He is making the incantation." Now all four of us stood at the very end of the slab, peering through the spray into the swirling grey-green water as it poured relentlessly into the pool. The water had an hypnotic effect. It almost immediately captured our attention and held it. Page 536. I felt myself swaying. Germaise reached out and steadied me. "You must not fear falling," he said. "Simply concentrate on the pool." With some trepidation I did as he ordered. I could hear Morandi Pag's voice blending with the sound of the sea, and the sound seemed to form an image, something substantial. Gradually the waters began to glow with a crimson lustre. Outside the tower the wind howled and the sea continued to assault the rocks. But within the spray was hardening, turning to tiny fragments of quartz fixed in space, and the crimson ocean had become an entire chamber of crystal. And suddenly I no longer heard Morandi Pag's voice. I no longer heard the natural sounds beyond those walls. A mighty stillness had fallen. Now we looked through the crimson crystal to where something green and black seemed frozen, embedded deep within the rock, like a fly in amber. "It is the dragon's sword," murmured Alizard. "It is exactly as it was in our visions. Black blade, green hilt, the dragon's sword seemed almost to writhe in its prison of crystal, and I thought I saw a tiny yellow flame moving deep within the blade, as if something else were imprisoned in the sword, just as the sword was imprisoned in the crystal. "Can you let me hold it, Morandipag?" asked Alizard in a whisper. "I know the spell to release the dragon. I must bear it back to Kistanheim." The Ursine prince was as rapt as the rest of us. He seemed not to have heard her. "It is a thing of great beauty, I think, but so dangerous." "Let us take it, Morandipag," begged Von Beck. "We can make good come out of it. They say the sword is only as evil as the one who bears it." "Aye, but you forget. They say it instills evil into whoever takes hold of it. Besides, it is not for me to say if you should or should not have the dragon's sword. It is not mine to give." "But it is in your cave. Surely it is in your possession." Alizard began to look suspicious. "I can summon it to this cave because of our location. Or, what do I mean? I mean that I can bring the shadow." Quite suddenly Morandipag slid down onto the stone and seemed to fall into a peaceful sleep. Page 537. "Is he unwell?" said Alizard in alarm. "He is tired." Germaid stood over his friend. He placed a hand on the bear's wrinkled head, another near his heart. "Simply tired. He is these days in the habit of sleeping more than half the day as well as the night. He is naturally nocturnal." Von Beck shouted urgently, "The sword! The sword is fading! The crystal wall is disappearing!" "You said you wanted to see it," said Germain, standing upright as best he could. "And see it you did. What else?" "We need to release the dragon from the sword," Alizard told him, "before the blade can be forced to serve chaos. The dragon seeks only her homeland. Keep it there, Germain. Give us time to break it free of its prison, please." "But I cannot. Neither could Prince Pag." Germain seemed genuinely baffled. "What you saw was an illusion, or rather a vision of the dragon sword itself. The wall of crimson crystal is not in this cave any more than the sword can be found here." The crimson glow had faded. The spray had become ordinary moisture again. The sea thumped and pounded and roared. Germain begged us to help him get Morandipag to his feet. The old bear began to revive as we helped him as far as the ladder. "But we had understood from you that it was physically here." Von Beck spoke in an aggrieved tone. "Morandipag said it was here." Alizard corrected him. For a moment there was a sardonic smile on her features. "He said we could see it," she told Von Beck. "That is all. Well, that's better than nothing. Now, perhaps, when he revives, he'll tell us where we must go to find it." Page 538. Morandipag mumbled something as Germain put his shoulder under the bear's rump and tried to push him up the ladder. Quickly I climbed up on the other side, then swung over so that I could take the old prince's paw and haul him from above. Eventually we got him back into the chamber, by which time he seemed to have grown alert again. He it was who seized the flambeau and led the way up the stairs. "Here," he cried, "follow me. This is where we go." When we had all rejoined him in the main chamber, he had already reached his armchair. fallen into it, and was sleeping, as if he had never left. Germaise looked down at him affectionately. "He'll sleep for a whole day now, I think." "Shall we have to wait that long before we can continue with our search?" I asked. "It depends what you want," Germaise said reasonably. "You told us we had been granted a vision of the sword, but where is the crimson crystal wall? How can we get to it?" Alizard wanted to know. "I think we had assumed you knew the whereabouts of the sword," said Germaise, "and that you had decided not to pursue it." "We had not the merest clue," Alizard told him. "We do not even know which realm it is in." "Ah," said Germaise, apparently illuminated by this information. "That explains much. What if I were to tell you that the dragon sword is held in the Nightmare Marches, that it has been there almost as long as the Geeston Hemers have dwelled here? Would that alter your intention of seeking it out?" Alizard put her head in her hands. The news had not merely confounded her. Temporarily, at any rate, it had robbed her of her resolve. "What chance have we three mortals of finding anything there? And what chance have we of surviving?" "Very little," said Germaise in a matter-of-fact tone. "Unless, of course, you had an Actorios. Even then it would be extremely dangerous. You are welcome to remain here with us. For my own part, I would be glad of the additional company. There are few interesting card games for two players. Mirandy Pag tends to lose attention these days, even in a game of Snap." Page 539. "Why should the possession of an Actorius stone give us an advantage in the Nightmare Marches?" I asked him. Even as I spoke, I was reaching into my belt pouch and touching the warm, flush-like stone of the Actorius, which had been given to me by the announcer-elect, Phalizan in Geeston, and whose destiny, according to Sepiris, was intimately linked with mine. "It shares something in common with a rune staff," Jeremy said to me. "It can have an effect on its surroundings, to some slight extent, of course, compared with other more powerful artifacts. It will stabilize that which chaos has touched. Moreover, it has a certain affinity with those swords. It could help lead you to the blade you want." He shrugged his crooked back. "But what good would that do you? None, I suspect. And since it will be a good few ticks of the cosmic pendulum before you have an Actorios in your possession, champion, there's no real point to this discussion." I took out the pulsing, writhing stone and showed it to him on the flat of my palm. He stared at it in silence for a while. He seemed suddenly subdued, almost frightened. "Well," he said after a bit, "so you do have such a stone, huh? Does that alter your estimate of our chance in the so-called Nightmare Marches, Master Germaise?" asked Von Beck. Germaise the Crooked darted a look at me that was oddly sympathetic. He turned around, pretending to interest himself in Mirandy Pag's collection of alchemical glass. "I could do with a pear," he said. "I get a craving. Or a good apple would do at a pinch. Fresh food's scarce here, unless you like fish. I have a feeling I'll be able to pick something for myself soon. The balance is wavering. The gods wake up. And when they begin their play, I shall be tossed about as usual, here and there. But what will become of Mirandy Pag?" Page 540. "There is an army on its way," said Alizard. "It plans either to torture information from him or to destroy him. We are not absolutely sure. Princess Sharadim will lead the army." "Sharadim?" Again Germaise looked directly at me. He had turned round in a flash. "Your sister, champion?" "Of sorts, Germaise. How can we enter the nightmare marches?" He waved his unnaturally long arms and went to stand beside the sleeping Ursine prince. "Nobody's stopping you," he told us. "It is not usually a question of the nightmare marches refusing visitors. Most visitors to those marches are, to say the least, unwilling. The place is ruled by chaos. It is where chaos was exiled in the old battles of the wheel so many centuries ago that almost everyone has forgotten. It could have been at the very beginning of this cycle. I can't remember. The nightmare marches lie at the very hub of the wheel contained by the selfsame forces which maintain the six realms, almost as if compressed by a kind of gravity. Is it not Sharadim who will seek to release those forces? Who will attempt to free the ruler of the nightmare marches, Archduke Balaziraf? Why go to him? Soon he could come to you." And Germaise shuddered. "You know of Sharadim's movements?" asked Alizard eagerly. "You can predict what she will do?" "My predictions are never accurate," Germaise said. "They are useless to anyone. I dart from place to place. I see a little of this, a little of that, but I haven't the mind or the temperament to fit anything together. That could be why the gods permit me to travel as I do. I am a shadow creature, lady, for the most part. You see me at present in one of my most solid roles, and it cannot last long. Sharadim has huge and evil ambitions, I know, but nothing I can say will help you counter this. The pattern, such as it is, could already be set. She seeks the dragon's sword, and by means of it will bring the Chaos Lord to his fullest power. Perhaps I—" Then suddenly Morandi Pak was grunting in his sleep, shaking his huge head, fluffing his whiskers, and lastly opening wide, intelligent eyes. Page 541. "Princess Sharadim leads an army against my kind. That is what you have to tell me, eh? She threatens what? Athelstane? The other realms? Chaos involved? I can hear her. Where is she?" "Now, Flamadin, my false brother, you shall not defeat me. My power increases by natural momentum as yours declines." "Does she still believe me in Athelstane? It seems so. She'll storm our gates. Will she break through? Who knows? My sisters are there, my brother, my old friend Grofer Rome is there. Did they send you to find me?" "They sent a message, Prince Morandi Pak, that they are concerned for you, and that they are in danger and need your help. Mabden attacked them, more Mabden than they know." "Not you?" "For better or worse, Prince, we are your allies against a common enemy." "Then I must think what to do." And he had closed his eyes and was asleep again. "You know how we can reach the nightmare marches, Germaise?" von Beck asked. "Will you tell us?" Germaise the Crooked nodded absently and rummaged about on Morandi Pak's bench. Then he went under the bench and began to throw old pieces of parchment about, willy-nilly. Then he crawled across the floor and opened a chest. Within the chest were dozens of neatly rolled parchments, numbered as far as I could tell. He looked down on these and beamed. Then, very delicately, he selected one, being careful not to disturb the others. These are Morandi Pack's charts, charts of so many realms, so many configurations and complexities, conjunctions and eclipses. He unrolled the parchment. This is the table I hope to find. He began to run his fingers down it. Aye, it seems there's a gateway about to open in the northwest, near the Goredin mountain. You could go that way. It will take you into the Mashenheim. From there, you would have to travel to the Wounded Crayfish and wait for the gateway which will take you into the realm of the Red Weepers. Good. From there, within the volcano they call Tortakanayusu, you will find a direct route into the Nightmare Marches. Page 542. Or so I believe. However, if you wish to wait 5 days, 7 hours and 12 seconds, you could go from near Adelstein itself into Dragonheim, through Flongensheim, and still be near the Wounded Crayfish at almost the same time you arrived from Gorodin. Or you could return to the upper mountains, wait for the sedulous urban eclipse, which is rare enough anyway and worth experiencing, then go directly to Rutzenheim by that method. Alizard silenced him at last. When is there a direct gateway from Mashenheim? He paused, studying the tables for all the world like a man of the 20th century looking up the train timetables. Direct from Mashenheim. Another 12 years. So we have no choice but to make for the Wounded Crayfish anchorage, she said. It seems not. Though if you were to travel to the Torn Shirt... It seems in your world as in mine, said Barmbek dryly, it becomes increasingly difficult to get into hell. Alizard ignored him. She was committing Germain's words to memory. Wounded Crayfish, Rutzenheim, Tortakanusu. That's the shortest route, eh? Apparently, though it seems to me that Flugensheim should be crossed, if only briefly. Perhaps it is bypassed. There is said to be a cross-warp around there. Did you ever discover it? Alizard shook her head. Our navigating is fairly simple. We do not risk the swift, leaping journeys. Not since we lost our menfolk. Now, Master Germes, can you tell us where to find in the Nightmare Marches the Dragon's Sword? At their very core. Where else? This was Morandi Pack, heaving his bulk from his chair. In a place called the World's Beginning. This is the heart of the Nightmare Marches, and that sword sustains them. But it can only be handled by one of the blood, champion, one of your blood. Page 543. Sharadim is not of my blood. She is enough of your blood to serve Bala Risav's purpose. If she only lives long enough to drag the sword from its crystal prison, that will suffice. You mean none can remove it from the crystal? You can, champion, and so can she. Moreover, I would guess she knows the risk she takes, which is not a simple death for her. She might succeed, and if she does, she ascends to immortality as a lord of hell, as powerful as Queen Exionbarg, or Mabelode, the Faceless, or Old Slaughter himself. That is why she risks so much. The stakes are the highest she can imagine. He put his paws to his head. But now the ages all congeal into one agonizing lump of my poor brain. You understand, I know, champion. Or you will. Come, we must leave this place at last. we must return to the mainland, to Adelstein. I have my duty, and of course you have yours." "We can use the boat," said Alizard. "I believe I can steer a course out of the rocks." At this, Prince Morandi Pag chuckled with genuine humour. "You will let me take the tiller, I hope. It will do me good to sniff the currents again and guide us clear to Adelstein." Chapter 9. "Some say there are no more than 46 individual folds in the configuration of the waves," said Morandi Pag as he seated himself heavily in the boat. "But that is a statement made by those who, like the feudal islanders of the East, honour simplicity and a kind of unholy neatness over complexity and apparent disorder. I say there are as many folds as there are waves. But it was once a matter of pride that I could smell them all. Waves and multiverse are, I would agree, one. However, the secret of steering any course, no matter where you are bound, is to treat each aspect as fresh minted and utterly new. To formalize, in my view, is to perish. The folds are infinite. The folds have personalities." His nostrils quivered. "Can't you sniff the currents again, and all the intersecting realities, all the thousands of realms of the multiverse? What I wonder it all is. And yet I was not wrong to be afraid." With that he gave the sign for Alizard to slip the rope, turned the sail a touch, made a small motion with the tiller, and we were riding the roaring waves again, heading for the hollow rock by which we had entered. There was never a moment when any of us felt in danger. The boat danced lightly across the enormous threshing waters. She turned as gracefully as any bird in flight, sometimes upon the crest of the waves, sometimes in the gullies, while sometimes she seemed to lie sideways on to the great breakers. Spray and wind attacked our faces as we surged through the opening and into semi-darkness. Morandi Pag was roaring with laughter, almost enough to drown the sound of the waves, as he guided us through and out into the relative calm of the ocean proper. Page 545. Germes the Crooked hopped up and down in glee. He was in the prow, capering and shouting his approval at every minor shift in the boat's direction. Morandi Pag moved his muzzle in a peculiar expression, as if expressing satisfaction with his skill. "It has been too long," he said. "I have not the youth for this. Now we shall go to Adelstein." We crossed the ocean rapidly, seeing the great black mountains rising all around us. The little harbour was reached, and the boat tied up. After that it was a matter of a few minutes to walk to the opening where we had first been admitted. Not a quarter of an hour later we stood once more in the comfortable library, filled as usual with incense, while the Ursine princes greeted their long-lost peer. It was a most tender sight. All of us were forced to wipe away tears. The creatures had a wonderfully gentle way of behaving with one another. At length Grover Roan, still very emotional, turned from thanking us for restoring his long-lost brother to him and said, "We have heard from the Princess Sharadim. Her army awaits only the opening of the gateway, whereupon it will enter our realm not a mile from Adelstein itself. The other army, we are told, also marches, using our old canal paths, and will be here within the day." "I take it, Morandi Pag, that you agree with these Mabden? Sharadim means us harm?" "Those Mabdons speak truth," said Morandi Peg, "but they must be about their business. They have to reach the Mashenheim. From there they must go via Rutzenscheim and Flugensheim to the Nightmare Marches." "Nightmare Marches?" Faldoge Oro was genuinely horrified. "Would you volunteer to venture there?" "It is a matter of saving all 6 realms from Sharadim and her allies," said von Beck. "We have no choice." "You are heroes indeed," said Wheeler Haughaug. She laughed to herself. "Mabden heroes. Now there's a pretty irony." Page 546. "I will take you to the first gateway myself," Morandi Peg told us. "But what of Sharadim and her armies? How shall you deal with them?" Grover Rome shrugged. "We are all together now, and we have our ring of fire. They'll be hard put to enter that, and should they breach Adelstein's defences, they must find us. There are many ways we can delay them." Germaise the Crooked helped himself from a jug of wine. "But she infects all the realms," he said. "She can alter her personality to appeal to any culture she encounters. What is happening in this realm also happens in a different way elsewhere. How shall that be countered?" "It is not our business, and neither do we have the capacity to fight the wars of the other realms," said Grover Roan. "We can only hope to hold her off in Adelstein, but if chaos breaks through and makes itself her ally, then we are doomed, I think." We made our farewells to the Ursine princes, and Morandi Pag took us along the ancient canal banks of the great slow river, climbing slowly into the heavy shadows cast by mountain walls on all sides. Here at last he paused, and was about to speak, when it seemed the very mountains shivered, and the darkness began to fill with a bright radiance which, as it gathered in strength, could be seen to contain all colours. Gradually there formed in that clearing beside the river a set of 6 pillars which formed a perfect circle and had the appearance of a temple. "It's miraculous," said von Beck. "I am always amazed." Morandi Pag passed a white paw over his old brow. "You must make haste," he said. "I can sense that the Mabdim armies close on Adelstein. Will you go with them, Germaise?" "Let me remain here," Germaise said. "I have to see if my old trick of travelling has returned. If it has, I will be of greater use to you. Farewell, champion. Farewell, beautiful lady. Count von Beck, farewell." Then we had stepped into the space between the pillars, and almost at once were looking upwards. Then we were moving in the direction we faced. Page 547. The sensation of movement was stranger still without the apparent solidity of a boat. We were not entirely weightless. Instead, it was as if we were borne on a current of water, though water which did not threaten to drown us. Ahead I could see a misty grey light. My head began to spin, and for a few seconds my body felt as if it had been plucked up by a gigantic and gentle hand. Seconds later I was on firm ground, though still surrounded by the pillars of light. Alizard stood beside me, and nearby a fascinated von Beck. The German Count shook his head in wonderment again. Why are there not gateways like this between my own world and the Middle Marches? Different worlds have gateways which take different forms, Alizard told him. This form is native to the worlds of the wheel. We stepped out of the circle of light and found ourselves in the familiar overcast landscape of the Maschenheim. Everywhere was coarse grass, reeds, pools of water, glinting marsh. Pale water birds flew overhead. As far as we could see, there was only flat ground and shallow water. Alizard reached into her pouch and drew out a small book of folded charts. She squatted to consult one of these charts, spreading it on the relatively dry ground. "We must seek the wounded crayfish anchorage. This is the Laughing Pike. We have no choice but to try to walk there. A way is possible, according to this map. There are trails through the marsh." "How far is the wounded crayfish from here?" asked Von Beck. 75 miles, she said. In somewhat depressed spirits, we began to trudge northwards. We had not gone more than perhaps 15 miles when we saw ahead of us on the low horizon the dark outline of a great travelling hull. It seemed to be making rather more smoke than was usual, yet it did not seem to be moving. Page 548. We guessed that it might be in difficulties. I was for avoiding the vessel, but Alizard felt that there was a small chance we could get some sort of help from them. "Most peoples are inclined to trust Geestemnemers," she said. "Have you forgotten what happened aboard the Frowning Shield?" I reminded her. "In helping Von Beck and myself, you infringed the most sacred codes of the Massing. My guess would be that your folk are not at all welcome anywhere here. What diplomatic harm you did was doubtless made use of by Sharadim, who would have done all she could to win allies here and poison minds against you. And as for us, we are probably fair game for any party of bin-keepers who happens to spot us. I would be disinclined to hail that vessel." Von Beck was frowning as he peered ahead. "I have a feeling it does not represent danger to us," he said. "Look, that's not smoke from her funnels. She's burning. She's been attacked and destroyed." Alizard seemed more shocked than either Von Beck or myself. "They war amongst themselves. This has not happened for centuries. What can it mean?" We began to run over the soft, uneven ground, heading for the ruined hull. Long before we reached it, we could see what had happened. Fire had gone through the entire vessel. Blackened bodies in every posture of agony lay against the charred rails upon the smoking decks. They hung like broken dolls in the smashed timbers of the yards, and from everywhere came the stink of death. Carrion birds swaggered amongst this wealth of flesh, fat as domestic pets. Men and women, children and babies, all had died. The hull lay half on her side, beached, looted. About 50 yards from the remains of the great hull, we saw a few figures rise up from the reeds and begin to move away from us. Several were blind and had to be helped by the rest, and this is why their progress was so slow. I called out to them, "We mean you no harm. What hull was that?" Page 549. The survivors turned scared white faces towards us. They were in rags, wrapped in anything they had been able to salvage from the wreck. They looked half-starved. Most were older women, but there were a few girls and youths in the group. Alizard now wore her ivory visor. As a matter of habit, she lifted it, saying softly, "We are friendly to you, good folk. We would offer you our names." One tall old woman said, with surprising firmness, "We know you, all three. You are Flamadin, Von Beck, and the renegade of Ghost Woman. Outlaws all. Enemies of our enemies, perhaps, but we have no reason to think you friends. Not now the world betrays everything we value. Princess Sharadim seeks you, does she not? And also that bloody-handed parvenu Amiad, her most ferocious ally." Von Beck was impatient. He started forward again. "Who are you? What has happened here?" The old woman raised her hand. "You are not welcome here. You brought the evil into our realm, the evil we had thought exiled forever. Now there is war again between the hulls." "We have met," I said suddenly. "But where?" She shrugged. "I was Praz Honiad, consort of the Snow Bear Defender, co-captain and rhyme sister to the Torset Larens. And what you see is all that is left of our home hull, the new argument, and all that is left of our families. There is a second war between the hulls, led by Amiad, and although you did not begin that war, you were part of its excuse. By breaking the rules of the massing, you brought in every kind of uncertainty." "But we cannot be held responsible for Amiad's ambition," cried Alizard. "That existed before we did what we did." "I said excuse," said Praz Oniad. "He claimed that other hulls had aided the ghost women in the raid on his hull. He claimed that. And next he argued that he must protect himself." Page 550. "So allies came from the Drakskenheim, hardened fighters who knew how to kill, how to make war. Before long he had allies, of course, amongst other hulls who feared his strength and did not wish to be destroyed, as we and so many more have been destroyed. Amiad now commands 30 hulls, and they defile the massing ground, turning it into an armed camp, their stronghold, together with their Drakenheimer allies. Now all other hulls must pay tribute and acknowledge Amiad King Admiral, a title which we abolished hundreds of years since." "How could this have happened in so short a time?" murmured Von Beck to me. "You forget," I told him, "that time passes at somewhat different rates in different realms, in relation, that is, to one another. It seems several months have gone by since we left the Great Massing. We hope to put a stop to Princess Sharadim and her allies," I informed the old woman. "Her plans and those of Amiad were made long before we knew of them. They would destroy us because we know a way of defeating them." The old woman looked at us sceptically, but a little hope showed in her worn features. "It is not revenge we of the new arguments seek," she said. "We would gladly die if it meant a stop to this terrible war." "War threatens all 6 realms." Alizard stood beside her now and gently took her hand. "Good lady, this is Sharadim's doing. When her brother refused compliance, she blackened his name and outlawed him." The old woman looked suspiciously at me. "They say this is not Prince Lamadin at all, but a doppelganger. They say he is in reality the Archduke Balasiosaf of Chaos, assuming human form. They say chaos must soon erupt throughout all the realms of the wheel." "Part of what you have heard has substance," I said, "but I assure you I'm no friend to chaos. We seek to conquer chaos, and we hope, in that conquest, to bring peace back to the 6 realms. To that purpose, we are on our way to the Nightmare Realm." Praz Oniad voiced a sharp, bitter laugh. "No human willingly ventures into that realm. Are these more lies? You would not survive. Your mind would melt. The illusions of that realm cannot be perceived by mortals without those mortals going mad. Page 551. It is our only hope of defeating Sharadim and all her allies, said Alizard. Those allies, it is true, include the Archduke Balazirzaf. The old woman sighed. What hope is there? She said. This is no more than desperate folly. We journeyed to the Wounded Crayfish to find a gateway, Von Beck said. What anchorage is this, good lady? This is the fountain overflowing, she said, anchorage of the imaginary fish, also destroyed by Armiad's fire-flingers, the same he got from Sharadim. We have no weapons. He now has many. The Wounded Crayfish is miles from here. How do you travel? On foot, said Alizard. We have no choice, good lady. The old woman frowned, making some sort of calculation for herself. Then she said, We have a punt. It is of no use to us. If you speak truth, and I would guess you do, then you are our hope. Poor hope is better than none. Take the punt. It will be possible to use the shallows and be at the Wounded Crayfish by tomorrow. They dragged the flat-bottomed boat from out of the burned hull. It stank of the fire and the destruction, but it was undamaged and floated easily on the nearby water. We were given poles and instructed how best to use them, and then we left the pathetic little party on the bank while we shoved our punt on towards the Wounded Crayfish. "Be careful," cried the Lady Prazoniad, "for Armiad's raiders are everywhere now. They have ships of the Drakenheim pattern which can easily overtake one of ours." Warily we continued our journey, taking turns to rest as we poled on through the night. And then at last Alizard consulted her charts and pointed ahead. In the dawn we detected a shimmer of white light. Page 552. The gateway was already there, but between us and it loomed the huge bulk of another hull. And this one was by no means incapacitated. She flew all her colours. "There's a vessel ready for battle," said Von Beck. "Could Armiad or Sharadim have wind of our journey and sent this hull to intercept us?" I asked Alizard. She shook her head dumbly. She did not know. We were already exhausted from poling the flatboat and had no means of fighting the huge hull. All we could do was to beach our boat and make a dash for the pulsating gateway. This we did, stumbling and flailing as we forced ourselves on, up to our knees in marsh, falling when our feet became trapped by clumps of weed. Slowly the gateway came closer, but we had been seen. There were shouts from the hull. I saw figures landing on the headland close to the gateway. They were dressed in dark green and yellow armour and bore swords and pikes. Without weapons, we had virtually no chance against them. Still we floundered on towards the gateway, hearts pounding, hoping for some stroke of luck which would allow us to reach the gate before the heavily armed warriors, who now called to each other, spreading out as they ran towards us. Within moments we were surrounded. We prepared to fight with our bare hands. I had seen no armour like theirs in the Maschenheim. To me it resembled Drakenheimer war gear. When the leader stepped forward, awkward in all that restraining metal and leather, and removed his helmet, I knew why I had thought as I did. The sweating, unwholesome head which was exposed was familiar enough to me. I had expected Armiad or one of his bin-keepers. Instead, I faced Lord Farl Ashlet, whom we had left bound in Sharadim's chambers when we made our escape from her palace. His face was twisted in a kind of snarling grin. Page 553. "I am very glad to see you again," he said. "I have an invitation from the Empress Sharadim. She would be pleased to have you attend her forthcoming wedding." "So she's Empress now?" Alisard cast around her for a weakness in their surrounding ranks. "Did you expect her to fail?" Prince Fal's face bore a look of sly superiority. "And who does the lady marry?" Von Beck also played for time. "Yourself, Fal of the Heavy Palm? I had heard you had no predilection for the fair sex, or any, for that matter." The Prince of Skrinor glared. "I would be honoured to serve my Empress in any capacity, even that. No, sir. She marries Prince Flamadin. Hadn't you heard? There are celebrations in Flogenshim. They have elected the Empress and her consort to rule over them since the king of the Flying City crashed his command while drunk. Will you come with us back to our hull? We have waited here for you these past 5 days." "How did you know where to find us?" I asked. "The Empress has powerful supernatural allies. She is also a great seer in her own right. Besides, she has stationed captains at many gateways of the Mashenshim and Drakenheim. This was considered one of those you would be most likely to choose, though I must admit I expected you to appear from the gateway." He paused as he detected a sound like distant thunder, and turning his horrible head, gasped at what he saw. We craned for a glimpse. The great hull was attempting to go about, but it seemed to be tangled in an all-encompassing web. I saw a ball of sputtering fire go up from a deck and be flung back as it struck the net. Now I could see a number of sprightly sailing ships, reminiscent of those I'd seen in Gistenheim, surrounding the hull. It was these which had attacked the vessel. The noise had been from the charges used to shoot the tangle of nets across the entire hull. Page 554. Before Prince Fal could voice an order, a wave of warriors suddenly rose up from the ground and attacked our captors. They were led by a small figure who wore only a marsh helmet and breastplate, who carried a gaff twice his height, and who capered on the fringe of the fight, waving his weapon and urging on his men, all of whom were in the grey-green armour I had first seen in the Mashenheim. The figure grinned at me. It was Germaise the Crooked. "We too anticipated the enemy," he called. He chuckled as his fighters closed on Prince Fal's men and swiftly overwhelmed them. Fal himself was captured. He glared infuriate at us all. When the warriors pushed up their visors to reveal in their ranks the faces of ghost women as well as native Mashenshimers, he was close to tears. Germaise came panting up like a happy dog. "Peoples of several realms now band together against Sharadim and her minions, but we are badly outnumbered. You must go swiftly now. The gateway will soon be useless to you. Sharadim rules in Drakenheim. Otro was killed in battle. Prince Halnard still fights against the Empress. Nepopino Schlock failed to win the Battle of Fansil-Sefik and paid the price. He is now legless. Sharadim has sent Mabdam from this realm into Gistenheim, and battle now threatens the Eldrin. Meanwhile she seeks to consolidate gains in Flogenshim and Rutenshim. Such as it is hers. Her creatures lay heavy siege to Adelstein since the Ursine princes failed to succumb to her trickery. Much depends on you. Her power is almost great enough for her to summon chaos, to blend her conquered realms with theirs, swiftly, swiftly, through the gate. "But we go to Rutzenshim," I cried. "If she rules there, how can we succeed?" "Give false names," was Germain's rather unlikely advice, and so we ran again, plunging between the columns of light, letting them draw us through into another tunnel. Through this we flew, feeling the elation birds must know when they soar on the air currents. And then at last we saw blinding yellow light ahead of us. Within seconds we stood on warm sand, looking towards a massively constructed ziggurat, which seemed in its carved stones older than the multiverse itself. Page 555. Alizard spoke softly. "We are indeed in the realm of the Red Weepers. You are Farkos from Flumgenshim. You, Count von Beck, are Mederic of Drakensheim. I am Amelar of the Eldren. No more speaking. They come." And she pointed. Already an opening had appeared in the base of the ziggurat. From it came a party of men in strange gear, similar to that which I had first observed at the great massing. Heavily bearded, wearing peculiar costumes, a kind of fine silk stretched on wide frames so that their skin was touched hardly at all, large gauntlets, helmets of some light wood supported on a kind of yoke across the shoulders. They stopped a few yards from us, raising both arms in greeting. I was half expecting another attack, but the men spoke with sonorous gravity. "You have come to the realm of the Red Weepers. Do you cross the threshold by accident or by design? We are the hereditary guardians of the threshold and must ask these questions before we allow you to proceed." Alizard stepped forward. She introduced us by our false names. "We come by design, noble masters, but we are not traders. We humbly ask permission to pass through your realm to the next threshold." I could now more clearly see the men's faces. Their eyes were wide and staring, rimmed entirely in red. Their helmets shaded their faces, but I could now see that under each eye on a kind of wire frame was suspended a small cup. With a frisson of nausea, I realized that the eyes were constantly exuding a viscous red fluid, a kind of mucus, and that the men themselves stared blindly at us. "What business, then, are you upon, noble mistress?" one of the Red Weepers asked her. "We seek knowledge." "For what purpose shall that knowledge be used?" Page 556. "We are charting the pathways between the realms. The knowledge will be for the good of all 6 realms, I swear." "You will do us no harm? You will take nothing from this realm that is not willingly offered?" "We swear." She signalled to us to echo her words. "Your heartbeats suggest fear," said one of the other weepers. "Of what are you afraid?" "We have but lately escaped Maschenheimer pirates," Alizard told them. "There is great danger everywhere these days." "What danger threatens?" "Civil war and conquest of our realms by chaos," she told them. "Ah, now," said another speaker, "then you must go quickly about your business. We have no such fears in the Rutzenshim, for we have our goddess to protect us. May she bless you all." "Let the goddess bless you all," they chorused piously. I was struck by an instinctive suspicion. "Pray, noble masters, whom do you call your goddess?" I asked. She is called Sharadim the Wise. Now we knew why war and disaster had failed to touch Rudsenshim. Sharadim had no need to promote either here. The realm was clearly conquered and had doubtless been hers for many years. It was easy to imagine how easily she had deceived this ancient, near-senile people. When she offered the realm of the Red Weepers up to chaos, few, I guessed, would protest or even know what was happening to them. This knowledge, however, gave our mission additional urgency. Elizard said, "We seek the place you call Tortakonsu. Where shall we find it, noble masters?" "You must cross the desert, travelling due west, but you will need a beast. We will have one brought to you. When the beast is no longer needed, it will return to us at its own volition." And thus, on a huge wooden platform fixed to the back of an animal roughly the size and shape of a rhinoceros, we began crossing of the great desert. Page 557. Soon Sharadim must control all the realms save Gestenheim, said Alizard soberly. And even Gestenheim could fall. Her power increases so. She commands millions of warriors by now, and it seems she has revived the corpse of her murdered brother so as to impress the people of Flugenshim. That I could not understand, I said with a shudder. Do you know what she plans? I think so. Flugenshim's legends and myths have much to do with themes of duality. They look back to a golden age when a queen and a king ruled over them and all their cities flew. Now only one has that power, and it grows old, for they have lost the knowledge of building new ships. They too, it seems, came originally from another realm. If Sharadim has been able to force an imitation of life into the body of Flamadin, then this also means her chaos-borrowed power is greater than it has ever been before. She has doubtless, through her skill at politics, convinced the Flugenshimers that the stories they heard of Prince Flamadin's being outlawed were false. She is skilled at answering the needs of all she seeks to manipulate. She presents an entirely different face to each of the 6 realms, whatever they would most wish to see in their idealism and their secret yearnings for order and peace. She is, in other words, a classic demagogue, said von Beck, clinging to the side of the platform as the beast lurched for a moment before correcting itself with a great blustering exhalation of ill-smelling breath. It was Hitler's secret that he could seem one thing to one group and an entirely different thing to another. That is how they rise so swiftly to power. These creatures are bizarre. They can virtually change shape and colour. They have an amorphous quality, and yet at the same time they have a will to dominate others, which is unrelenting, almost their only consistent trait, their own reality. Alizard was impressed by this. "You have studied your histories?" she asked. "You know much of tyrants?" "I am a victim of one," said von Beck. "I am to be the victim of another too, it seems, if we are unsuccessful." Page 558. She reached out to take his hand. "You must keep your courage, Count von Beck. It is considerable, and has stood you in good stead already. I have known few as brave as you." I watched as his hand folded hers in turn, and again I knew that terrible, unjustified, unwanted pang of jealousy, as if my Ermizad showed affection to a rival, as if that rival courted the only woman I had ever really loved. They saw that I was disturbed and became concerned about me, but I dismissed their questions, I claimed that I was affected by the heat of the old red sun overhead. I pretended to be tired, and putting my face in my arms, tried to sleep, to dismiss the appalling thoughts and emotions surging through me. Toward evening I heard Von Beck shout. I uncovered my eyes to see that his arm was now around Alizard's shoulders. He was pointing to the horizon, where the sun had now dropped, so that it seemed to be sinking into the sands of the desert, to be absorbed like blood. Against this scarlet half-globe was a black outline on a single mountain. "It can only be Tortokanusu," said Alizard. Her voice was trembling, but I could not tell whether it was from the proximity of Von Beck's presence or from anticipation of what we were about to encounter. Lost in private speculation, the three of us stared in silence at the gateway to the realm of the Archduke Balazirzov. We were about to enter the realm of chaos, and at last were struck by the enormity of our adventure, of how little chance we had of surviving it. The beast continued to plod on towards Tortokanusu. Then, as if in greeting, the ancient mountain gave voice to an almost human roar. The beast stopped, lifting its head to answer. The sound was virtually identical. It was uncanny. Page 559. A flicker of flame rose suddenly from the summit. A few strands of grey smoke sailed lazily over the setting sun. I felt a terrible sensation of terror in the pit of my stomach, and I wished with all my heart that we had been captured by Prince Varl at the gateway into Rutzenshim, or been killed in our fight with the smoke snake. The others had no direct experience of chaos. Indeed, as far as I could recall, I had never encountered chaos as directly as we now intended. They, however, were innocents compared to myself. I at least had some knowledge of the warping, mutating power of the Lords of Disorder, the supernatural entities who, on John Dacre's earth, would be called archdemons, the Dukes of Hell. I knew that they made use of our most treasured virtues and most honoured emotions, that they were capable of almost any illusion, and that all that was keeping them from pouring forth from their stronghold to engulf so many other realms of the multiverse was their caution, their unreadiness or unwillingness to war against the rival powers of law. But if we humans invited them to our realms, they would come. They would come when they had been offered proof of human loyalty to their cause, proof which Sheridan was even now presenting with every victory she made. I shivered as the old volcano muttered and fumed. It was not hard to see the mountain as an entrance into the bowels of hell. Then I had forced myself to action. I clambered off the platform and began to wade through ankle-deep sand towards Tortokanusu. I called back to the lovers, who hesitated behind me. "Come, my friends, we have an appointment with the Archduke Balazirzov. I see no advantage in keeping him waiting." It was Von Beck who answered me, his voice puzzled. Herr Dacre, can you not see them? Look, man, it is the Empress Sheridan herself." Chapter 10. It was Sheridan. She was on horseback, surrounded by a group of brightly dressed courtiers. They looked for all the world like a party of aristocrats on a picnic or a hunting spree. They were riding up the mountain ahead of us. Now, above the voice of the volcano, I could hear snatches of conversation, laughter. "They have not seen us," Alizard called softly, beckoning me back towards the animal. She and Von Beck crouched beside one of its massive thighs. Understanding their caution, I rejoined them. They are euphoric in their power, and cannot believe themselves under threat in a realm where Sheridan is worshipped as a goddess, said Alisard. When they round that bend and are lost from sight again, we must make haste to reach those steps you see cut into the foot of the mountain. It was growing darker. I saw the sense of her strategy and nodded agreement. A short while later, the last of Sheridan's gaily clad party turned the corner and was gone. Following Alisard, we dashed for the steps and had reached the protection of the mountain long before Sheridan emerged on the other side. Cautiously, we began to mount the steps, following in the wake of our most dangerous enemy. As we came round to the other side, I saw some costly tents pitched below. A servant was feeding pack animals. It was almost a village in its own right. This was Sheridan's camp. But surely she did not intend to go directly into hell. Even in her pride and her conquest, she could not believe herself so invulnerable as yet. Page 561. The pace of the horses grew slower as they approached the summit, while we, creeping on the stairs above the trail, were able to move with relative swiftness until we were slightly ahead of Sheridan and her party, but virtually within hearing distance. Their voices were louder now. I recognized Baron Captain Armied of the Maschenheim, Duke Erekose of the Drakenheim, a couple of courtiers from the palace. Also among the group were thin-faced Mabden, with the wolfish look of barbarian raiders, men in outlandishly padded black livery. There seemed to be representatives of all the cultures of the 6 realms, save for the Eldrin and the Ursine princes. I began to guess at Sheridan's intent. This was to be a demonstration of her power, a means of ensuring that our allies were convinced by her threats and promises. One I did not recognize her rode beside her in a cowled cape. He had the look of a priest. She was in holiday spirit, laughing and joking with all around her. I was impressed again by her unlikely beauty. It was not difficult to see how she was able to convince so many of her angelic disposition. Indeed, she had even convinced the blind weepers that she was a goddess, and they had never looked on her face. We emerged now into a kind of wide amphitheatre, which was the top of the volcano. Out in the very centre of the crust was a red, glowing, unstable substance which from time to time gave off a thin shoot of flame and some smoke. The volcano seemed to be at its cooling stage rather than about to erupt, so I felt no danger in this. I was fascinated, however, to see that a great tier of stone seats had been erected on one side. This was reached by a causeway, also of geometrically cut stone. Along the causeway, almost like voyagers about to take ship, Sheridan and her party rode. With a wave of her hand, Sheridan ordered her courtiers to dismount and take seats in the tier. She remained mounted, and leaning over, put a restraining hand on her cowled companion, making him draw up his horse beside hers. Page 562. Above the grumbling of the volcano, Sheridan now began to speak. Some of you have expressed doubts that chaos can aid us in the final stages of our conquest. You have required proof that your rewards will be almost limitless. Well, soon I shall summon one of the most powerful nobles in all chaos, the Archduke Balariusaf himself. You will hear from his lips what you refuse to believe from mine. Those loyal to chaos now, who do not flinch from deeds which lesser creatures deem vile and cruel, shall be raised above all others, save myself. You shall know the expression of every whim, every secret dream, every dark desire. You shall know a complete fulfillment, which the weak can never begin to taste. Shortly You shall look upon the face of Balariusaf, Archduke of Chaos, and you shall know what it means to be strong. I speak of strength capable of reshaping reality to the individual will, strength which can destroy whole universes if it so desires, strength which brings with it immortality, and with immortality shall come the realization of even the most fleeting of whims. We shall be gods. Chaos promises all infinity of possibilities, free from the petty constraints of law. Now she turned with upraised arms towards the volcano. Her voice sang out, sweet and perfect in the still evening air. Lord Balariusaf, Archduke of Chaos, Master of Hell, your servants call you. We bring you the gifts of worlds. We bring you our tribute. We bring you millions of souls. We bring you blood and horror. We bring you the sacrifice of all weakness. We bring you our strength. Aid us, Lord Balariusaf. Come to us, Lord Balariusaf. Lead chaos through, and let law be forever in defeat. Page 563. A flicker of scarlet light at the centre of the volcano seemed to respond. She continued to chant in this manner, and soon her courtiers were joining in with her. The entire night was infected by their voices as the sun finally set, and the only light came from the volcano itself. Aid us, Lord Balariusaf. Then, as if bursting through an unseen ceiling, came first one beam of light and then another. These were not white as the gateways we had used hitherto. These seemed to reflect the scarlet of the flame. They glowed. They resembled pillars composed of living, bloody flesh. One by one these pillars grew in width and intensity until at last 13 of them were poised between the sky and the volcano, and it was impossible to see where they began and ended. Her face and hands scarlet in the light from the pillars, Sharadim crooned and sang. She called out obscenities and imploring promises. She offered her god anything he might desire. Balariusaf, Lord Balariusaf, we invite you into our realm. Now the volcano shook. I felt the ground shifting under my feet. Alizard, Von Beck and I looked at one another in uncertainty. The gateway was open. It led to chaos, without question. But what would happen to us if we tried to enter it now? Balariusaf, Lord of all, come to us. All around us there was a wind whistling. Lightning began to crackle upon the brink of the crater. Again the mountain trembled, and we were almost thrown off our staircase to the causeway below. The columns of scarlet light pounded as if they were living organs. An unholy yelling began to sound far away, and I knew it came from the pillars. Balariusaf, aid us! The yelling became a scream. The scream turned into chilling laughter, and then, blazing with black and orange fire, his unstable features writhing, changing shape with every second, stood a creature no taller than man, but from whose lips there now escaped a deafening voice. Page 564. Is it you, little Sharadim, who calls Balariusaf from play? Is the time come? Shall I lead you to the sword? The time is almost here, Lord Balariusaf. Soon we shall have conquered the entire 6 realms. This whole realm shall then become one, a realm of chaos, and my reward shall be the sword, and the sword shall give me infinite power. The right to be one of the sword rulers themselves, a lord of chaos, for only you, or the one called the champion, may wield that blade and live. What more must I repeat, little Sheridan? No more, Lord. Good, because it is painful for me to stay in this realm until it is truly mine. The sword shall make it truly mine. Come to me soon, little Sheridan. It seemed to me that Lord Balariusef gave poor guarantees, but so blinded by the prospect of unchecked power were these people that they were prepared to believe anything they were told. Balariusef was suddenly gone. Below us, Sheridan's courtiers murmured amongst themselves. There was no doubt of their complete loyalty to her now. One or two were already on their knees. Sheridan reached towards her cowled companion, beside her on his horse, and she pushed back his cape. She revealed a face which was all too familiar to me. It was a grey face, a lifeless face, with eyes the colour of pewter, staring directly ahead of it. It was my face. I was looking at my doppelganger, and even as I stared at it, its dead eyes met mine. They began slowly to fill with something approximating energy. The lips moved. A hollow voice said, "He is here, mistress. What you promised me is here. Give him to me. Give me his soul. Give me his life." Alizard was howling at me. Von Beck was tugging at me. They were pulling me with them towards the causeway. At the far end of this, by the tiers of seats, heads were beginning to turn. Page 565. We dashed over the causeway, down smooth rocks, on to the crust of the volcano itself, and then we were running towards the pillars of blood. "Flamadin!" I heard my pseudo-sister cry. They were howling like jackals as they came in pursuit of us, yet they were reluctant to approach too close to the gateway, for they knew it led directly into hell. The three of us reached the scarlet pillars and hesitated. Sheridan and her courtiers were still behind us. I saw the puppet-like motions of her creature. "Its life is mine, mistress." Von Beck was panting. "By God, Herr Dacre, that is the nearest thing I have ever seen to a zombie. What is it?" "My doppelganger," I said. "She has revived the corpse of Flamadin with the promise of a new soul." Then Von Beck had dragged me back into the circle of the pillars, and we stood looking down into the bubbling core of the volcano. Slowly the crust seemed to widen, revealing pulsing, violent heat, a smell at once sweet and repellent. And then we were being drawn down into it, drawn through the gates of hell and into a realm whose supreme ruler was Lord Balariusef, the creature we had just seen. I think we were all screaming by the time we were passing through the tunnel of flame. The descent seemed to last forever, as the yellow and red fires went past us in every direction. Then I felt firm earth beneath my feet again. I was deeply relieved to see that it looked anything but abnormal. It was ordinary turf. It did not undulate. It did not burn. It did not threaten to swallow me. And it smelled like ordinary turf. On the other side of the columns of light, which had now turned a kind of delicate pink, I made out blue sky, the weight of a forest, and I heard birdsong. Together with my friends, I walked slowly out of the columns and into a glade whose grassy mounds were covered in daisies and buttercups. Page 566. The forest consisted primarily of large, bold oaks, all of them in their prime, and a little silver river ran through the glade, adding its music to that of the exotically plumaged birds which flew across a peaceful sky or came to perch on nearby branches. We were like wondering children as we looked around us. Alizard had begun to smile. I contented myself with breathing in the sweetness of the blossoms and the grass. We seated ourselves beside the little river. We smiled at one another. This was an idyll from our most innocent dreams. Von Beck was the first to speak. "Why," he exclaimed in delight, "this is not hell at all, my friends. This truly is the most perfect paradise." But I was already suspicious. When I looked behind me, the pillars of blood had gone. I saw instead a scene which was almost exactly the same as our own. I turned and retraced my steps, looking for the gateway. It had not been there long enough, I felt. My suspicion increased. There was something strange about the atmosphere of this place, something unnatural. Instinctively, I stretched out my hand. It struck a smooth, hard wall. A wall which mirrored this paradise, but which did not reflect our images. I called out to my friends. They were laughing and talking, engrossed in their own intimate obsessions. I was impatient with them. This was not the time for my allies to become mooning lovers, I thought. Lady Alizard of Von Beck, be wary. At last they looked up. "What is it, men?" Von Beck was irritated by my interruption. "This place is not merely an illusion," I said. "I suspect it is an illusion to hide something far less pleasant. Come and see." Reluctantly, hand in hand, they ran towards me over the soft Arcadian grass. Now that I was close to the wall, I thought I could see behind the illusion to the other side where dim shapes moved. Hideous faces beseeched or threatened, misshapen hands stretched out towards us. "There are the true denizens of this realm," I said. Page 567. "But my friends saw nothing. It is your own mind showing you what you fear is there," said Von Beck. "As much an illusion as the other. I will admit this place is an unlikely one, and doubtless is artificial. None the less, it is very pleasing. Surely chaos is not all terror and ugliness?" "By no means," I agreed, "and that is part of the attraction. Chaos is capable of marvellous beauty of all kinds, but nothing in chaos is ever just one thing. It is ambiguity. It is illusion disguising illusion. There is no true simplicity in chaos, only the appearance of simplicity." I drew the Actorius from my purse. I held it up so that its strange dark rays struck out in all directions. "See?" I directed the Actorius towards the reflecting wall, and quite suddenly the illusion cleared, displaying what had lurked behind the barrier. Von Beck and Alizard both stepped back involuntarily, their eyes widening, their faces pale. Creatures, neither beast nor human, shambled and slouched amongst filthy huts which seemed to be made of fused flint. Some of them pressed grotesque faces to the wall in attitudes of despairing melancholy. The others merely moved about the village, performing various tasks. Not one of them did not walk without a limp or drag a distorted limb. "What are these people called?" murmured Von Beck in horror. "They are like something from medieval paintings. Who are they, Herr Dacre?" "They were once human," said Alizard softly, "but in giving their loyalty to chaos, they accepted the logic of chaos. Chaos cannot bear constancy. It is changing all the time, and what you see is the change chaos has wrought in humankind. That is what Sharadim offers the six realms. Oh, indeed, some of them may come to experience enormous power for a while, but in the end, this is what they always become." "Poor devils," murmured Von Beck. "Poor devils," I said to him, "is an exact enough description of them." "Would they attack us if the wall did not keep them back?" Von Beck asked. Page 568. "Only if they thought we were weaker than themselves. These are not the warlike creatures Sharadim commands. These merely put themselves in servitude to chaos because they thought it would benefit them somehow." Alizard turned away. She drew a deep breath, and then expelled it suddenly, as if she had realized the air were tainted. "This was folly," she said. "This was the greatest folly. We were told to seek out the centre and there find the sword. But we are in chaos. Since nothing is constant, we have no way of knowing in which direction we must travel." Von Beck comforted her. I stood back, again having to force myself to take hold of my emotions. Jealousy had come flooding back again. "We should count ourselves fortunate," I told them, "that Archduke Balarisaf is as yet unaware of our presence. We should press on. We should get as far from this gateway as possible, into those woods." "But if Balarisaf rules here, he will find us as soon as he decides to look," said Alizard. I shook my head. "Not necessarily. He is virtually omnipotent here, but he is not omniscient. We have a small chance of reaching our goal before he seeks us out." "This is true optimism." Von Beck slapped me on the back and laughed, his eyes avoiding the dimming vision of the village. Soon as we moved away, the reflection had returned. "I've a mind to be wary of those woods now," said Von Beck to me. "But I suppose we have no choice. It's thick, eh? Like one of those old forests from German legend. I suppose if we're lucky we'll find a woodcutter who will direct us on our way and perhaps allow us 3 wishes. 2. Alizard smiled, her spirits rising. She linked arms with him. "You speak so strangely, Count von Beck, but there's a kind of music to your nonsense which I like." For my part, I found his whimsy merely facile. Page 569. The oak wood had an atmosphere of permanence, as if it had stood here for 1,000 years or more. In the cool green shadows we saw rabbits and squirrels, and there was an air of tranquillity about the place which was thoroughly enchanting. But even without recourse to my Actorius, I knew that it was bound to be something other than it seemed. That, after all, was one of the few rules in chaos. We had only gone a yard or 2 into the wood when we saw, standing behind a beam of dusty sunlight, a tall, armoured figure. It was clad entirely in metal of black and yellow. At first I was relieved to see Sepiris here, and then it came to me that this too might be an illusion. I stopped. My friends also came to a halt beside me. "Is that you, Sir Knight, in black and yellow?" I asked him, folding my hand over the Actorius. "How came you to chaos, or do you too serve chaos now?" The armoured man advanced into the light. His bright livery seemed to glow with its own radiance. He lifted his helm, and I saw the impressive ebony features which could only belong to Sepiris, the servant of the balance. He was amused by my suspicion, but not dismissive of it. "You are right to question everything in this realm," he said. He yawned and stretched himself in his metal. "Forgive me, I have been asleep. I slept while I awaited you. I am glad you found the entrance. I am glad you had the courage to come. But now you must call on even greater courage than before. Here in the nightmare realm you may find horrible torment, or salvation for the 6 realms, and more. But chaos has many weapons in her arsenal, and not all of them are obvious. Even now Sharadim prepares her creature to accept your soul, champion. Do you understand the implications of that?" He could see that I did not. Page 570. He hesitated and then continued. "The corpse she has animated will be able to take the dragon's sword if it possesses your life stuff, John Dacre. Sharadim controls this quasi-Flamadin, and so it will be her catspaw. She risks far less than if she were to take hold of the sword herself. Then she seeks to deceive her ally, Archduke Balarisaf, who believes that she will handle the sword for him. He cares not which of you eventually lays claim to the blade, so long as you use it for his purposes. He would therefore prefer you as an ally rather than as an enemy, champion. That is worth remembering. And remember this also. Death is not what one must fear in the nightmare realm. Death as such hardly exists here, but to be immortal in this world is the worst fate of all, and you must also remember that you have allies here. A hare will lead you to a cup. The cup will show you the way to a horned horse. The horned horse will take you to a wall, and in the wall you will find the sword. How can such allies exist in a world dominated by the tyranny of chaos? Lady Alizard asked him. Sepirus looked down at her, and his smile was gentle. Even in chaos, there are some whose purity and integrity are so complete they are untouched by anything which surrounds them. It is in the very heart of chaos that those most able to resist her often choose to dwell. This is a paradox enjoyed by the lords of chaos themselves. It is an irony which even the grave lords of law take pleasure in. And is it because you possess the purity that you are able to come and go in the nightmare marches, Lord Sepirus? Asked von Beck. You are right to question me, Count von Beck. No, my time in this realm is limited. If it were not, why, I should doubtless seek the dragon's sword myself. He smiled again. As an emissary of the balance, I am allowed more freedom of movement than most creatures. But it is by no means unchecked, that freedom. The time comes for me to leave. I would not attract Balazirev to you. Not yet. Page 571. Will Sharadim find a way of telling the Chaos Lord that we are in his domain? I asked. She does not communicate with her ally at will, Sepirus said. But she could choose to enter the nightmare marches herself, and then you would find yourselves in the greatest danger. Then we can expect to find no allies here, said von Beck soberly. Only the lost warriors, said Sepirus. Those who wait on the edge of time, and their help can be called upon only once, and only then if you have no other recourse. Those warriors may fight once in a cycle of the multiverse. When they unsheath their swords, there are inevitable consequences. But you know this already, eh, Sir Champion? I have heard the lost warriors, I agreed. They have spoken to me in my dreams, but I can remember little else. How shall these warriors be summoned? Asked von Beck. By breaking the Actuaris into fragments, said Sepirus. But the stone cannot be broken. 'Tis virtually indestructible. Alizard's voice rose in outrage. You play tricks upon us, Lord Sepirus. The stone can be broken by a blow from the dragon's sword. That is what I know. And Sepirus reached up and closed his helm. Von Beck uttered a desperate laugh. We are truly in chaos. There's a paradox for you. We can only summon allies when the dragon's sword is already ours, when we have no need of them. You will decide that when the time comes, Seppirus's voice was hollow and distant, as if he faded from us, though his armour was as solid as ever. "Remember, your greatest weapons are your own courage and intelligence. Go swiftly through this wood. There is a path which the actress will show you. Follow it. Like all paths in chaos, it leads eventually to the place they call here the world's beginning." Page 572. Now the armour began to dissipate, to fade, to join with the dancing motes of dust in the sunbeams. Swiftly, swiftly, chaos gathers territory with every passing hour, and with that territory she gains a host of souls sworn to her service. Your world shall soon be little else but a memory, unless you find the dragon's sword. The armour vanished entirely. All that remained of the night in black and yellow was an echo of a whisper. Then that too was gone. I took out my Actorius and held it before me, turning this way and that. Then, to my relief, I stopped. Very dimly, at our feet, there stretched for a few yards only a faintly shimmering ghost of a pathway. We had found the road to the dragon's sword.